What if the true harbingers of chaos and despair are not confined to the pages of Western lore, but instead lurk within the shadowy recesses of ancient texts, waiting for the unwary? As the sun sets, casting long distorted shadows across crumbling temples, an unsettling presence emerges from the mist, a reminder of the demons that once roamed the earth, their power eclipsing even the most fearsome figures of the modern imagination. In the vibrant tapestry of Hindu mythology, fearsome entities like Ravana and Mahishasura don't merely personify evil, they embody the very essence of malevolence, each one a master of manipulation and terror. Their stories intertwine with the fabric of existence itself, resonating with the whispers of 1,000 defeated warriors and fallen deities. What dark truths lie hidden behind their tales, waiting to ensnare the curious and the brave? As the moonlight bathes the ancient sculptures in an eerie glow, one can almost hear the distant echoes of battle cries and the thunderous roar of divine wrath. These demons wield powers that could shatter the very foundations of morality and reason. Ravana, the 10-headed king, with eyes blazing like coals, possessed the ability to shapeshift, to entrap, and deceive, leaving a trail of despair in his wake. Even as gods trembled before him, the question lingers. What lies beneath the surface of such power? Beyond the myth lies a reality steeped in conflict, where the repercussions of these infernal beings resonate through ages. Imagine the countless souls who stood against their onslaughts, warriors with hearts steeped in valor, battling not only for their lives, but for the very essence of Dharma. Each clash ignited a storm of cosmic significance, shifting the balance between light and darkness. Yet, even in their triumphs, a shadow loomed, an echo of the demons' relentless ambition, a promise of their return. What if these ancient entities are not mere figments of imagination, but instead timeless forces that continue to influence the present? As the night thickens, the air crackles with tension, and the fabric of reality shudders. The stories of these demons are not simply past glories or tragedies. They are potent reminders of the eternal struggle between good and evil, a conflict that can ignite anew at any moment. The stakes have never been higher. With the resurgence of ancient practices and beliefs, a flicker of their essence could seep into the world once more, like a poison that spreads unseen. The walls of time seem to bend, hinting at an impending reckoning that could awaken these dormant titans from their slumber. As the clock ticks, one cannot help but feel that history is on the verge of repeating itself. What will happen when these ancient forces rise again? Will humanity be ready to confront the demons more powerful than Satan? Or will they succumb to the shadows, consumed by ambitions that stretch beyond the mortal plane? The stage is set, and the players are in motion. The night is alive. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced on the walls of an ancient temple, whispering secrets of a world wrapped in the mysteries of good and evil. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to step into this sacred space, for within its hallowed grounds lay tales that sent shivers through the ages. Here, evil wasn't a mere abstract concept. It was alive, breathing, and woven into the fabric of existence, echoing the struggles of gods and mortals alike. Long ago, in the grand tapestry of Hindu mythology, the clash between light and darkness mirrored the very battles fought within the human heart. The stories of gods like Vishnu and Shiva were not just tales of valor and glory. They held the weight of moral dilemmas that still resonate today. At times, evil was embodied in formidable demons, beings like Ravana, the 10-headed titan whose heart was as dark as his ambition. His desire for power and control led to the abduction of Sita, igniting a war that shook the heavens and the earth. Each blow exchanged in that legendary battle was a reminder of how deeply intertwined the forces of good and evil truly are. Yet, evil in Hinduism is not merely something external to fight against. It is often a reflection of one's inner turmoil, a manifestation of desires and impulses that can lead to one's downfall. The ancient texts speak of the Asuras, beings who, while often seen as antagonists, were not devoid of complexity. They were once divine, fallen from grace, illustrating that the line between good and evil is often blurred. The story of the churning of the ocean, or Samudra Manthan, reveals how even the gods and demons needed each other to bring forth the nectar of immortality. It is a vivid reminder that what may seem evil can sometimes serve a greater purpose. In the rich lore, there are echoes of caution. The allure of power, wealth, and prestige can corrupt even the purest hearts. Take the tale of King Harishchandra, who chose truth over everything, even when it led him down a path filled with suffering. His trials encapsulated the essence of Dharma, the cosmic order, and how its violation can entwine one in the web of misfortune. This story resonates like a heartbeat, for it is a lesson that transcends time. The consequences of one's actions can reverberate through generations. The struggle against evil takes on a personal dimension in the sacred texts, encouraging individuals to confront their own demons. The Bhagavad Gita, a timeless conversation between Prince Arjuna and Lord Krishna, unfolds on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, where the stakes are not just territorial but existential. Arjuna stands paralyzed, overwhelmed by doubt and moral conflict. In that moment of vulnerability, Krishna imparts wisdom that reverberates through the ages. The fight against evil is as much about conquering oneself as it is about defeating external foes. It is a poignant reminder that inner peace can only be achieved through the relentless pursuit of righteousness. Yet the tales are not without their moments of sheer terror. The demon Mahishasura, who could shift forms at will, brought chaos and fear wherever he roamed. His reign of terror culminated in a battle that called forth Durga, the fierce goddess who embodied Shakti, divine feminine energy. The ferocity of her fight against Mahishasura symbolizes the triumph of good over evil, illustrating that darkness can only be vanquished through strength and determination. The vivid imagery of the goddess, riding a lion and wielding weapons, evokes a visceral response, how courage can rise from the depths of despair to conquer the most formidable foes. As the sun sets on these narratives, the sense of unease lingers. The concept of evil is not confined to myth alone. It seeps into the lives of the faithful. Throughout history, various sages and leaders have grappled with the specter of evil in their own time, confronting injustices and moral decay. Figures like Mahatma Gandhi drew upon these ancient teachings, emphasizing nonviolence and truth in the face of overwhelming adversity. The struggle for justice became not just a political endeavor, but a spiritual one, echoing the age-old battles found in sacred texts. In the quiet of a temple, one can almost hear the prayers of countless souls who have sought refuge from the shadows. A flickering flame reminds the faithful that light will always pierce through darkness, yet the battle is ongoing and relentless. Evil may rear its head in many forms: greed, hatred, ignorance, but the teachings of Hinduism provide wisdom on how to confront these forces. The pursuit of knowledge, compassion, and self-awareness emerges as a beacon in the night, guiding seekers toward liberation. The ever-present tension between good and evil weaves a narrative that transcends mere legend. As each story unfolds, it becomes a dialogue between the past and the present. A reminder that the struggle is not only one of heroes against villains, but of the human spirit against its own limitations. The flickering lamp in the temple casts long shadows, a poignant reminder that the duality of existence is not just to be understood, but embraced. The tales echo through time, urging individuals to reflect on their own choices and the impact those choices have on the world around them. And so, in the silence that follows, the eternal dance between light and dark continues, each moment a choice, each choice a step toward either redemption or despair. The concept of evil, as portrayed in Hinduism, is far more intricate than a simple battle. It is a complex interplay of intention, consequence, and the very essence of what it means to be human. The stories beckon, enticing the listener to ponder where they stand in this timeless cycle, leaving an ache of curiosity in their hearts, a desire for deeper understanding and reflection on their own journey. In the flickering light of ancient fires, shadows danced on the walls of caves, where early men scribbled their fears and dreams. The air crackled with the weight of untold stories, and among them lay the haunting figure of the demon, a creature born not just from nightmares but from the very fabric of human struggle. These beings, shrouded in darkness and malice, have a legacy that flows through the veins of Hindu texts, echoing tales of conflict between good and evil, light and shadow. Long before the written word captured their essence, demons roamed the earth in the minds of the ancients, representing the chaos that threatened to consume order. They were not mere figments of imagination, but reflections of the human condition: fear, greed, power, and the eternal battle against one's own inner demons. With every tale told around flickering flames, the whispers of these beings grew louder, shaping beliefs and instilling dread. In the Vedas, some of the oldest scriptures in Hinduism, the seeds of these malevolent beings were sown. They were known as Asuras, powerful entities who often clashed with the deities, the Devas, in epic battles that would shake the heavens. The Asuras were not just villains. They were complex characters with motivations that spoke to humanity's flaws. With their immense powers, they tempted and tormented, embodying the darker aspects of existence. The tales of the Asuras reveal a world where moral lines blurred and where strength could lead to both creation and destruction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over ancient India, the stories grew richer. The Ramayana, an epic poem that has stood the test of time, wove together the threads of devotion and struggle, showcasing the fearsome demon king Ravana. With 10 heads and immense strength, Ravana wasn't merely a villain, he was a scholar, a devotee of Shiva, whose hubris led him to kidnap Sita, the epitome of virtue. His story illustrates the peril of unchecked ambition and the complexities of righteousness. As the battle with Rama unfolded, every clash of swords echoed the timeless struggle between light and dark, revealing the emotions that stirred within each heart: love, betrayal, and the thirst for redemption. The Mahabharata, another monumental epic, introduced a tapestry of characters where demons weren't limited to grotesque forms. Here, they took on various shapes and forms, sometimes appearing as seductive figures, manipulating the events that spiraled into the grand war of Kurukshetra. The cunning Shakuni, with his wily schemes, and the monstrous Hidimba, who danced between horror and compassion, blurred the lines between hero and villain. Each character held a mirror to the audience, inviting them to confront their own shadows, their own demons. In the ancient texts, the imagery of demons isn't confined to grotesque appearances. Their true horror lies in their cunning and manipulation. These beings could easily slip into the guise of trusted allies, sowing discord among friends and family, mirroring the internal struggles that every individual faces. The stories evoke a chilling realization. The true demon often resides within, lurking in the shadows of desire and fear, waiting for the moment of weakness to pounce. Religious texts began to chronicle rituals and incantations meant to ward off these dark spirits. The ancient practice of yajna, fire rituals, was not simply a means of worship, it was a shield against the chaos that demons brought forth. The sacred flames represent purification, a barrier between the sacred and the profane. Yet, even within these rituals, one could sense an underlying fear. The flames danced erratically as if echoing the unpredictable nature of the Asuras. The concept of demons evolved as philosophies and interpretations shifted over time. They became embodiments of natural calamities, societal upheavals, and inner turmoil. The ancient sages, with their profound wisdom, sought to explain the existence of suffering and chaos, suggesting that demons were manifestations of a world unbalanced, a reminder that the harmony of life is fragile. As dusk settled over the land, the tales transformed with each passing generation. Villagers would gather, their eyes wide with fear and fascination, as storytellers unveiled the horrors that lurked beyond the horizon. The fabric of these narratives intertwined with everyday life. Mothers warned their children of demons lurking in the woods, while fathers spoke of valor and bravery to combat the lurking darkness. Each story served as a cautionary tale, a thread woven into the rich tapestry of culture and belief, reminding the listeners that the battle against demons continued beyond the pages of ancient texts. Through the ages, the emotions surrounding demons shifted. Fear evolved into respect, and respect into understanding. They became symbols of the struggles faced by mankind, teaching that darkness is not to be feared but acknowledged. Every tale, every invocation, every ritual was a testament to the enduring human spirit, revealing a profound truth. To understand the demons is to understand oneself. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the ancient ruins that dotted the landscape, a sense of unease lingered. The echoes of the past whispered through the trees, promising that the stories of demons were far from over. They awaited, not just in the texts, but in the hearts of men and women who continued to grapple with their own shadows. The line between light and dark remains thin, and the dance between gods and demons persists, an eternal struggle that defines the very essence of life. In the stillness of the night, the ancient stories beckon to be told once more, igniting the flames of curiosity and wonder, leading into the next chapter of the saga, where the dance of fate and free will would unfold. In the shadowy corners of ancient scriptures, a chilling presence lingers. The Asuras, fierce and tumultuous, embody the raw essence of defiance against divine order. They are not merely characters from myths. They are potent forces that ignite the imagination and send shivers down the spine. The very mention of their name evokes an unsettling mix of fear and fascination, like a haunting melody that echoes through time. Legends whisper of their origins, casting them as the primordial beings born from the churning of the ocean, a creation tale that mingles beauty with chaos. In the depths of this mythological sea, where gods and demons collided, the Asuras emerged. Their forms were grand and terrifying, towering over mortals, with eyes that glowed like embers and voices that rumbled like thunder. They were not just the enemies of the gods. They were the champions of ambition and desire, embodying all that was wild and untamed. In ancient India, the Asuras were often seen as the antithesis of the Devas, the celestial beings who upheld righteousness and cosmic order. The stories told around flickering fires painted the Devas as the light, while the Asuras cast an imposing shadow. Yet, beneath the surface of this eternal struggle lay a complex tapestry of motivations. The Asuras, driven by a thirst for power, sought not only domination but also the secrets of immortality, an aspiration that would lead them to perilous paths. One chilling tale recounts the Asuras' audacious quest for the nectar of immortality, Amrita. The Devas, aware of the Asuras' ambitions, were determined to thwart their plans. When the ocean was churned, the Devas and Asuras worked together, a temporary truce forged in the face of a common goal. But as the precious nectar emerged from the depths, the Asuras, fueled by their relentless desire, turned on their celestial counterparts. The air crackled with tension, and the clash of wills echoed like a storm. It was a battle not just for power, but for existence itself. Amidst the chaos, the Asuras were driven by a fierce sense of injustice. How could the Devas claim the nectar as their own when the Asuras had labored side by side? This anger ignited a fire within them, and in that moment of betrayal, they transformed into something even more fearsome. The Asuras were not merely demonic entities. They became embodiments of rage, their very essence swirling with the pain of rejection and the hunger for recognition. As the battles raged, their faces twisted with fury, adorned with fierce expressions that spoke of lost dreams. Each clash became a dance of destiny, marked by bright flashes of light and shadowy forms. The Asuras, with their fierce pride and insatiable ambition, became legends in their own right, forever entwined with the stories of the cosmos. They were not just monstrous figures, they were the voices of those who dared to challenge the status quo. Over centuries, the Asuras evolved in the minds of the people. Some regarded them as mere antagonists, others saw them as misunderstood beings, caught in a struggle against a world that demanded conformity. The nuances of their character painted a picture of complexity. Fiery warriors, yes, but also beings shaped by their struggles, their failures, and their relentless pursuit of what they believed was rightfully theirs. In the ancient texts, the Asuras were often depicted wielding weapons forged in the fires of ambition. Their battles were not solely physical. They were as much about the mind as they were about brawn. They represented the idea that darkness could be just as noble as light, challenging the notion that good and evil were absolute. The Asuras were not merely evil, they were the embodiment of struggle, of the fight against oppression, of the desire to be seen and heard. As the tales unfurled, the Asuras became more than just figures in a grand narrative. They morphed into symbols of the human condition itself. Every person could find a piece of themselves in the Asuras, those moments of defiance, the yearning for acknowledgement, the battles fought in silence. Their legacy was woven into the fabric of culture, echoing through the ages. With each story passed down through generations, the Asuras remained alive, their spirits intertwined with the emotions of those who told their tales. Fear and admiration danced hand in hand as children huddled closer around the fires to listen intently, their eyes wide with both excitement and trepidation. The Asuras had become part of the collective consciousness, a reminder that within every struggle, within every challenge, lay the seeds of transformation and power. But the Asuras' saga was far from over. New challenges awaited, new battles loomed on the horizon, and the echoes of their past would soon call them back to the forefront of existence. The tide of fate shifted continually, and the Asuras, fueled by their ceaseless ambition, would not rest. They were poised to reclaim what they believed was theirs, ready to rise once more from the ashes of betrayal and fight against a universe that dared to silence them. As dusk settled over the land, the earth trembled with the promise of their return. The Asuras lingered in the shadows, their spirits seething with an ancient energy, a force that could not be easily quelled. The world was about to witness a reckoning unlike any before, a tale woven with the threads of ambition, power, and the unyielding spirit of those who refused to fade into oblivion. The stage was set, and in the depths of time, the Asuras were ready to unleash their fury once more, their stories intertwining with the fates of gods, mortals, and the very fabric of existence itself. A flickering candle cast long shadows on the walls of the ancient temple, each flame dancing to a rhythm only it understood. Outside, the air was thick with humidity, almost electric with anticipation. Inside, the walls whispered tales of gods and demons, inviting those who dared to listen. The essence of Maya, a potent force woven into the very fabric of existence, whispered secrets that could bend the mind and ensnare the heart. Maya was not simply illusion, it was a tapestry of reality interlaced with deception. Legends spoke of a shimmering veil that separated the seen from the unseen, a curtain drawn between the tangible world and something far more sinister. Every reflection in still waters, every shadow cast by the setting sun hinted at the hidden nature of existence. How easily the unsuspecting could be caught in its snare. A simple smile could mask 1,000 sorrows, just as a radiant dawn could give way to the darkest night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a shroud of darkness enveloped the world. It was in this twilight that the demonic influence of Maya began its cruel work. Some believed these spirits were mere figments of the imagination, while others felt their icy fingers wrap tightly around their hearts. They were the whispers in the dark, the temptations that led one astray, lurking behind every corner, waiting for the moment to pounce. Stories told of lost souls wandering in a stupor, transformed by the very illusions they chased. In a small village nestled at the foot of a distant mountain, a young man named Tenzin felt the magnetic pull of Maya tugging at his spirit. He was a dreamer, with bright eyes that shone with unyielding hope. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, a shift began. The villagers noticed him slipping further into shadows, losing touch with the warmth of the sun. It was as if the very essence of his being was being siphoned away by the stunning illusions that danced just beyond his sight. One night he ventured into the forest, lured by a flickering light that beckoned him deeper into the woods. The glow danced between the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp, elusive and enchanting. Tenzin followed, captivated by the shimmering specter until he stumbled upon an ancient altar. The air was thick with an energy he couldn't understand, and the altar was adorned with offerings, small trinkets, pieces of fruit, and even strands of hair. They served as tokens to the spirits that thrived in the shadows, nurturing an insatiable hunger for souls willing to barter their reality for fleeting moments of grandeur. As he stood before the altar, a voice like silk wrapped around his mind. It promised him strength, power, and a life filled with wonders beyond imagination. But with each enticing word came a chill that scraped against his skin, an unsettling reminder that the path was treacherous. The specter showed him visions of wealth and adoration, yet the faces of those he loved twisted away, their eyes hollow, their smiles gone. The struggle within him raged, the allure of Maya pitted against the remnants of his humanity. In that moment, he realized that Maya could shape a world as beautiful as it was cruel. The very forces that promised bliss could also ensnare the heart in despair. His pulse quickened as clarity pierced through the fog of temptation. In his mind's eye, he saw the shadows of the past. His mother, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. His brother, his companion through childhood dreams. It was these connections that grounded him, yet here he was, nearly ready to trade them all for a mere illusion. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted around him, dark and mocking. The spirits revealed themselves, not as luminous beings but as twisted, gnarled figures, their laughter echoing with the weight of centuries. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and Tenzin felt a shiver crawl up his spine. The illusions danced around him, pulling at his very essence, trying to lure him deeper into their embrace. They whispered of freedom, of breaking away from the mundane, yet the cost echoed louder than their temptations, a price that would devour his very soul. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a crack of thunder shattered the silence, and the light illuminating the altar flickered violently. The spirits recoiled, their forms shifting, revealing the grotesque truth behind the veil of beauty. Fear gripped Tenzin's heart as he felt the weight of their influence, a darkness that crept into his thoughts like a shadow at dusk. In that tumultuous moment, the village behind him became a distant memory, a fragile thread of reality threatened by the seductive call of the ethereal. But could he turn back? Would he forsake the dreams that danced just out of reach? He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, fighting the pull of the demonic forces that sought to engulf him. With every ounce of willpower, he summoned the faces of his family and friends, their laughter a lifeline in the swirling chaos. In this battle against the enchantments of Maya, he stood at a precipice, between the illusion of power and the authenticity of love. His heart raced, a steady drumbeat against the cacophony of dark voices urging him further into the abyss. As the shadows shifted and writhed, Tenzin made his choice. He turned his back to the altar, feeling the weight of the spirits' wrath as they let out a wail that echoed through the forest, a sound that would haunt him forever. He stumbled back through the trees, his breath ragged, heart pounding, every step a defiance against the call of Maya. But as he escaped the immediate clutches of darkness, he knew the battle was not over. The whispers would continue, lingering like an unshakable fog in the corners of his mind. The shadows would still seek to reclaim what they had nearly taken. And though he had slipped from their grasp this time, the nature of Maya was relentless, ever watchful, waiting for another moment of vulnerability. With each step toward home, the flickering memories of what could have been pressed against him, a painful reminder of the thin line between reality and illusion that he now walked. He could feel the darkness lingering just behind him, the demonic influence refusing to let go. The allure of the extraordinary was intoxicating, and he knew he would have to face this darkness again. And as Tenzin returned to his village, the shadows deepened, the air thick with the weight of unseen forces. The world around him felt both familiar and foreign, a blend of reality and illusion, forever entwined, each moment pulsing with the electric tension of what lay just beneath the surface, waiting for the next soul to wander too close to the edge of understanding. In a kingdom where the air hummed with magic, the moonlight shimmered over the golden spires of Lanka, casting shadows that danced like whispers of ancient secrets. Here, amidst the lush greenery and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, ruled a king whose very presence sent shivers down the spines of all who dared to gaze upon him. Ravana, the 10-headed king, was not just a ruler but a force of nature, full of contradictions that sparked curiosity and fear in equal measure. Standing atop his grand palace, Ravana looked out over his kingdom, his 10 faces reflecting a kaleidoscope of emotions. Each head had its own personality, one brimming with anger, another steeped in sorrow, a third sparkling with mischief. The faces swirled together in a chaotic harmony, making him both mesmerizing and terrifying. His eyes glinted with intelligence, revealing a man who was more than just a demon. He was a scholar, a warrior, a lover of music and poetry. This was a king who could recite verses that made gods weep, yet could wield a sword to strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest warriors. As the night wore on, he beckoned to his loyal subjects, his voice a melodic thunder that filled the air. His words wove tales of glory, igniting pride in the hearts of his people. Yet, beneath the layers of charm lay a darkness that threatened to consume him. Whispers of his unmatched power reached the heavens, calling forth envy from the gods themselves. His ambition soared like the flames of a raging fire, but with it came a heat that could sear. Ravana's thirst for knowledge drove him to seek out ancient texts, and as he delved into the mysteries of the universe, he learned the art of astral travel and the language of the gods. The stories of his past victories surged through him, like an unstoppable tide, but they also cloaked him in loneliness. He was feared, yet he craved companionship, a connection that seemed eternally out of reach. The irony tormented him. He, the ruler of all, was shackled by his own glory. One night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, Ravana found himself drawn to the lush gardens where whispers of a beautiful woman floated through the air. Sita, the radiant princess, had entered his thoughts, her grace and beauty inspiring a longing he had never known. But she was the wife of another, a treasure he could not possess without igniting a storm. Her laughter, however, played like music in his mind, drowning out the echo of solitude that followed him like a shadow. But Ravana was not one to back down. Every challenge he faced only fueled his desire to conquer not just lands, but hearts and souls. He approached Sita like a dark cloud gathering before a storm, promising her the world yet threatening to take everything if she resisted. The tension between them crackled like electricity, and in that moment, a choice was made that would set into motion a series of events that could change the fate of the world. As the days stretched into weeks, the kingdom buzzed with unease. The people spoke in hushed tones about the king's obsession, their eyes darting nervously at the palace. Even the winds seemed to sigh with worry. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Ravana believed he was destined to possess Sita. The gods watched from above, their expressions unreadable, as if they were on the precipice of a grand game. Ravana summoned his fiercest warriors, the Rakshasas, and together they plotted. The kingdom of Lanka was a fortress, but they would breach the walls of virtue and duty. He could feel the weight of his 10 heads, each one whispering doubts and desires, teasing him with the promise of an ultimate victory. On a night swollen with anticipation, Ravana moved like a shadow, his heart pounding in rhythm with the drums of war. He would take Sita, and nothing would stand in his way. As he flew through the dark sky on his chariot, the stars seemed to dim, as if mourning the chaos about to unfold. He reached the forest where Sita resided, a place filled with serenity that sharply contrasted the storm brewing in his heart. Suddenly, there she was, an image of ethereal beauty, but also a symbol of defiance. Her presence ignited a fire within him, a passion that could consume all in its path. Yet, as he approached, a flicker of doubt crept in. Would she fear him? Would she see him as a monster? Ravana faltered for a brief moment, his 10 heads caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. But ambition, like a roaring flame, danced in his chest, banishing doubt to the shadows. He reached out to her, his voice low and inviting, a seductive blend of sweetness and danger. "Come, Sita, join me in my palace. I will give you everything." Yet Sita stood firm, her spirit unbroken, her eyes blazing with defiance. "I am not a prize to be taken," she declared, her words sharp and clear. Ravana felt the sting of her rejection, a sensation he hadn't expected. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a reflection of his own loneliness in her gaze. The struggle within him intensified, and as he prepared to unleash the fury he had been holding back, the weight of his choices crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Conflict brewed in the air, and with every heartbeat the stage was set for a battle that would echo through the ages. The forces of good and evil were about to collide, the clash resonating down the corridors of time. Would Ravana, the king of Lanka, become the villain of his own story? Or would the 10-headed king find redemption in the chaos he had unleashed? The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of destiny as darkness and light prepared to engage in a dance as old as time itself. In a time when gods and demons roamed the earth, there stood a formidable figure who cast a shadow over the land, his very name whispered in fear. Hiranyakashipu, the demon king, was not your average villain. He was a force of nature, a man consumed by ambition and hatred. His skin, dark as the night sky, shimmered with an unsettling glow, and his piercing eyes burned like molten lava, filled with rage and insatiable desire for power. The very air round him crackled with tension, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for his next move. Hiranyakashipu's rise to power was nothing short of a sinister tale. He was no common demon. He was born of the sage Kashyapa and his wife Diti. From a young age he displayed extraordinary strength and cunning, quickly surpassing others of his kind. But greatness came at a cost. Consumed by an insatiable thirst for dominance, Hiranyakashipu sought out the ultimate boon, a gift that would make him invincible. Darkness enveloped his heart, twisting his desires into a dangerous obsession. In his quest for power, he turned to the great sage Narada, who had once visited him in the forest. The sage warned him of the consequences of seeking such a boon, but Hiranyakashipu, like a moth to a flame, was undeterred. He sought out the mighty Brahma, the creator god, who held the keys to immortality. With every ounce of willpower, Hiranyakashipu performed fervent penance, his body worn and weathered, yet his spirit unyielding. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. As he meditated, his mind focused solely on the promise of immortality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the earth in hues of orange and purple, the ground trembled beneath the weight of his determination. Finally, Brahma, impressed by Hiranyakashipu's unwavering devotion, appeared before him in a blaze of divine light, illuminating the darkness surrounding the demon king. The air was electric, filled with a mix of awe and fear as the god addressed Hiranyakashipu. "What is it that you seek?" With a voice that rolled like thunder, Hiranyakashipu boldly proclaimed, "Grant me a boon that makes me invincible. Let no man or beast kill me. No weapon can slay me, and I shall not meet my end during the day or night, indoors or outdoors, by human or divine. Let me be the ruler of all." Brahma, taken aback by the audacity of the request, granted him the boon, not fully comprehending the implications of such a power. With a wave of his hand, the god imbued Hiranyakashipu with attributes no mortal should possess. He could not be killed by anything that existed. As the words left Brahma's lips, a wicked grin spread across Hiranyakashipu's face. He felt invincible, a storm ready to unleash its fury upon the world. But in that moment, the seeds of his downfall were sown. Losing sight of humility, Hiranyakashipu's heart hardened, and his ambition spiraled into tyranny. He declared himself the supreme ruler of the universe, demanding worship and reverence from all. The once peaceful realms trembled under his iron fist as he sought not just power, but complete control over the hearts and minds of every being. With his newfound strength, he unleashed a reign of terror that shook the very foundations of heaven and earth. The skies darkened with despair, and the cries of the innocent echoed through the valleys. His laughter was a chilling sound, reverberating through the hearts of those who dared to defy him. Yet there was one truth that pierced through the veil of his arrogance. He could not escape the wrath of fate. Amidst his tyrannical rule was a glimmer of light, his son, Prahlada, who was a devoted follower of Lord Vishnu. Despite Hiranyakashipu's attempts to suppress devotion to the divine, Prahlada's heart remained steadfast. He was a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. Each day, the father and son clashed in a battle of ideologies, Hiranyakashipu's hatred for Vishnu blinding him to the purity in his son's faith. Prahlada, with unwavering love, attempted to break through his father's thick shell of hatred. He spoke of compassion, of love, and the importance of devotion. But to Hiranyakashipu, these words were an affront to his power. The demon king's fury grew, and he resorted to unspeakable acts to try and turn Prahlada away. He subjected his son to death-defying trials, throwing him into fires and venomous pits. Yet each time, Prahlada emerged unscathed, protected by the very god his father despised. The tension in their home became unbearable. As Hiranyakashipu's anger boiled over, he was a lion cornered, desperate and wild, striking out at the innocent. The echoes of his wrath rang out, shaking the very roots of the earth. Each confrontation drew the lines of destiny tighter, weaving a tale of inevitable confrontation between father and son. As Hiranyakashipu plotted new ways to break his son's spirit, desperate whispers of rebellion spread through the realm. The demons he once commanded began to question his tyranny. A darkness deeper than his own ambition stirred in the hearts of those who had suffered under his rule. They spoke of a champion, a savior who would challenge the might of Hiranyakashipu and restore balance to the universe. The air thickened with anticipation, a storm brewing on the horizon. As Prahlada continued to pray to Vishnu, his unwavering faith became a beacon for others, igniting a flicker of hope in a world overshadowed by fear. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, one that would weave the fates of gods and demons alike. And in that looming darkness, amidst the chaos of his reign, Hiranyakashipu remained blissfully unaware that his own arrogance had sown the seeds of his doom. The winds howled like restless spirits, hinting at the impending clash of wills. The threads of fate twisted tighter, ready to snap as the time of reckoning approached. The world held its breath, caught in a moment suspended in time, waiting for the inevitable showdown between Hiranyakashipu, the mighty demon king, and the divine forces that sought to restore harmony. The saga of power, faith, and the battle between good and evil had only just begun. A chilling wind swept through the valleys, carrying with it the whisper of a name that struck terror into the hearts of gods and humans alike: Mahishasura, the buffalo demon. A creature of monstrous might, with the body of a man and the head of a fearsome buffalo, he roamed the world, spreading chaos and despair. His laughter echoed like thunder, a sound that rattled the very bones of the earth, instilling dread wherever he tread. The skies darkened as his shadow loomed, bringing storms that echoed the turmoil in his heart. Mahishasura was not merely a demon, he was the embodiment of arrogance, fueled by a sinister boon granted by Brahma himself. He had gained the ability to change forms at will, an ability he wielded with cruel intent. The moment he transformed from a fearsome buffalo into a handsome man, the world quaked under the weight of his pride. He challenged the gods, laughing as he defeated them one by one, sending them fleeing to the lofty peaks of the Himalayas for refuge. They were gods. Yet here was a demon who had stripped them of their power. Yet, in their despair, the gods found purpose. They gathered, their faces etched with worry, and from the depths of their fear arose a magnificent light, pure and fierce. This was the divine energy of the universe, coalescing into a single form. In this desperate hour, the goddess Durga was born, a warrior unlike any other. Her beauty was stunning, but it was the fierceness in her eyes that held the promise of salvation. Armed with weapons gifted by the gods, each infused with divine power, Durga was a force to be reckoned with. As she stood atop a mountain, the wind rustled her long hair, and the sun glinted off her armor. She was both gentle and fierce, a blend of compassion and wrath. Her heart beat with the rhythm of the universe, and in that moment the air crackled with anticipation. The gods watched with bated breath, hope rekindled in their chests. Durga was their last hope against the darkness that Mahishasura had unleashed. The clash was inevitable. As Durga descended from the mountains, Mahishasura roared in laughter, his haughty voice echoing through the valleys. "What can a mere woman do against me?" he mocked, his arrogance a tidal wave that threatened to drown everything in its path. Yet there she stood, unwavering, her heart a drum that echoed courage. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos. The earth trembled as the two forces met. Mahishasura charged with the fury of a tempest, transforming into a buffalo, his horns aimed at the goddess. But Durga was swift, dancing like a flame, sidestepping his charge. Her sword gleamed under the sun, a streak of light cutting through the thick air, and she struck, her precision unmatched. But Mahishasura was no ordinary foe. He transformed again, this time into a ferocious lion, teeth bared and eyes blazing with feral rage. The goddess, however, remained unyielding. She had faced countless demons in her life, and Mahishasura's rage was but another challenge to overcome. With each transformation, she met him with equal ferocity, her weapons singing songs of battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and orange, the battle raged on. Durga summoned the fierce winds, and with a wave of her hand, she commanded the elements. The ground shook while storms brewed, and the very heavens seemed to be in her favor. Mahishasura, now a serpent, struck, but her shield held firm, glowing with divine protection. Every blow exchanged was a testament to their strength. Her heart surged with the spirits of the fallen, each beat a reminder of the countless lives Mahishasura had shattered. She felt their pain, their cries for justice echoing in her soul. He was not merely a demon, he was a manifestation of all the fear and suffering that had plagued the land, and in that moment she was not just a goddess, she was the embodiment of hope, a beacon for all who yearned for freedom. As dusk settled into the depths of night, Mahishasura grew desperate. In his final transformation he attempted to trick Durga, shifting his form into a beautiful man, hoping to seduce her with charm. But Durga was wise. She saw through his deceit. With a fierce resolve, she summoned all her strength, preparing for the final strike. The tension was palpable, an electric current surging through the air. Mahishasura charged one last time, but this time, the goddess was ready. With a powerful roar, she unleashed her fiercest weapon, a piercing arrow that carried the weight of all the disgraced souls. The air shuddered as it flew, finding its mark with a precision that resonated through the ages. The moment was surreal. Time seemed to stand still. Mahishasura's laughter faltered, replaced by a gasp of disbelief as the arrow pierced his heart. In a flash, the mighty buffalo demon fell to his knees, the arrogance that had filled him dissipating like fog in the morning sun. The earth sighed, and a hush fell over the battlefield. With the demon's defeat, a wave of relief washed over the landscape. The gods descended from their hiding places. Awe etched across their faces. Durga stood tall, a warrior forged in the fires of perseverance and righteousness. The world was free once more, the light of hope restoring balance. The skies cleared, revealing a brilliant tapestry of stars, each one a reminder of the battles fought and won. Yet even in this moment of triumph, a lingering question hung in the air. Mahishasura, though defeated, had left a mark on the world, a reminder of the darkness that could rise when ego overshadowed wisdom. The gods knew that vigilance was essential. The cycle of light and darkness would continue. As the night deepened, the voices of the fallen echoed, whispering tales of courage, sacrifice, and the ever-looming shadow of avarice. It would take more than a single battle to keep the darkness at bay. It would require heroes, vigilance, and an unyielding spirit. The story of Mahishasura was far from over. As the dawn approached, the world began to stir, and with it the winds of change rustled through the trees, hinting at stories yet to unfold. The goddess Durga, ever watchful, remained ready to rise again whenever darkness dared to rear its ugly head. The cycle continued, a dance of light and shadow, forever entwined, always pushing towards an uncertain future. In the thick, heavy air of ancient India, where the whispers of gods mingled with the rustling leaves, a dark tale unfolded, one that would chill the hearts of many and ignite the fire of fear in those who dared to dream of power without limits. Bhasmasura, a name that echoed through the ages, emerged from the shadows of the forests, a demon whose very existence was a warning sign of ambition gone astray. Bhasmasura was not born in the usual sense. He was conjured into being from the ashes of forgotten desires and the unquenchable thirst for strength. In a land filled with powerful sages and divine beings, he stood apart, with eyes that glinted like black coals, promising destruction. He sought out the ever-elusive boon from Lord Shiva, the god of destruction. This was no ordinary request. Bhasmasura wanted the power to turn anything he touched into pure ash. The thought alone sent shivers down the spines of those who heard whispers of his ambition. In the sacred grove where Bhasmasura performed his penance, one could feel a shift in the atmosphere. The birds no longer sang, and the winds ceased their playful dance. It was as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting to see whether this ambitious demon would be rewarded for his persistence. Days turned into nights, and nights morphed back into days, all while the demon stood with unwavering determination, offering his soul to the fire of devotion. When Shiva finally appeared, his presence lit up the surroundings like the dawn after a long, dark night. The glow of his divine aura wrapped around Bhasmasura, and in that moment, the demon felt both awe and ambition collide within him, creating an explosive desire for power. "What is it that you seek?" Shiva's voice resonated, deep and powerful, like distant thunder. "I seek the boon," Bhasmasura replied, his voice a trembling mix of reverence and desperation. "Grant me the ability to turn to ashes anything I touch." The request hung in the air, heavy as lead. Shiva, with a hint of hesitation, granted the boon, warning Bhasmasura of the peril that lay in his newfound power. But the demon, blinded by the intoxicating allure of strength, did not heed the warning. With his wish fulfilled, Bhasmasura reveled in his power. He laughed with a joy that echoed through the valleys, a laugh that could easily be mistaken for madness. The world became his playground. He reduced mountains to dust, forests to barren lands, and towns to ruins. The sheer thrill of wielding such destructive power was intoxicating, each touch leaving a trail of ashes in its wake. But with every act of destruction, a darker shadow crept into his heart. The joy of power began to twist, morphing into paranoia. The more he destroyed, the more Bhasmasura feared the repercussions. The demons within him grew, whispering sinister thoughts and fueling his paranoia. Was anyone safe from his wrath? Who could challenge him now? Consumed by fear, he turned inward, seeking to eliminate the very source of his dread. His eyes darted around, searching for threats. Was there a god or a warrior who could stand against him? Meanwhile, the gods watched in horror as Bhasmasura's reign of terror escalated. The once vibrant land of India, filled with colorful festivals and joyous gatherings, now lay cloaked in despair. The skies darkened and the rivers ran silent. The vibrant tapestry of life unraveled, thread by thread, as the demon's power grew. The universe's balance was at stake, and the gods knew they had to intervene. They devised a plan, a clever ruse to outwit Bhasmasura and end his rampage. They called upon the enchanting goddess, Mohini, famed for her beauty and charm, to lure the demon into a trap. Mohini appeared, radiant and mesmerizing, her grace unmatched, shining with an aura that demanded attention. She danced through the heavens, capturing the hearts of even the fiercest beings. Bhasmasura, upon seeing Mohini, was captivated. His fierce heart softened for a moment, enchanted by her divine beauty. The demon approached her, all thoughts of destruction fading away in the light of her presence. "Who are you, enchanting one?" he asked, his voice now a mix of wonder and desire. "I am Mohini," she replied with a voice that flowed like honey, sweet and inviting. "I have heard of your great power, Bhasmasura. But tell me, what use is strength if it cannot protect the beauty of life?" Her words, soft yet layered with meaning, struck a chord within him. Bhasmasura, enthralled and caught off guard, boasted, "I have the power to turn anything to ashes. I could destroy the very stars in the sky." His pride bubbled to the surface again, stoking the flames of his ambition. "Let's play a game, then," Mohini suggested, a mischievous glint in her eye. "If you can touch me, the beautiful one, I shall grant you a wish beyond your wildest dreams." The demon, intoxicated by the prospect of touching her, agreed, his confidence soaring. But Mohini had a plan, a cunning strategy to turn the tables. As they danced, Bhasmasura reached for her, his hands moving swiftly, guided by desire. Each time he tried to touch her, she eluded him with a swift twirl and twinkling laughter. With each failed attempt, the demon's frustration grew, his greed fueling an urgency that made him desperate. Mohini danced with grace, dodging his advances, all the while leading him to the ultimate trap. Finally, in a moment of fervor, Bhasmasura lunged forward, touching his own head. In that instant, a blinding light engulfed him, and he felt the weight of his own power coming crashing down. The very boon he had demanded now turned against him, and the ashes of his being swirled in the air, a haunting reminder of ambition unchecked. But as he turned to ashes, the world around him held its breath, waiting for the final echoes of Bhasmasura's laughter to fade into silence. His story was not simply one of destruction. It was a tale of desire, ambition, and the eternal struggle between creation and annihilation. The cycle was far from over, and as the ashes settled upon the ground, the tale of power and its consequences lingered in the air, beckoning the next chapter of this ancient saga. In the dry expanse of the ancient landscape, the sun burned like a relentless overseer, casting long shadows that whispered of despair. It was here that the earth cracked open, thirsty and barren, and the cries of the parched people filled the air. Their suffering echoed in the hearts of all who walked the sun-baked paths. Water, once a generous gift from the heavens, had become a memory lost in time, consumed by Vritra, the serpent demon who coiled through the clouds and held the life-giving rains captive. Villagers spoke of him in hushed tones around flickering fires, their eyes wide with fear. They painted his image with trembling fingers, showcasing his scaled body glistening like polished stone, eyes like molten gold that seemed to pierce the very soul. Vritra was more than a mere demon. He was a force of nature, a manifestation of chaos that seemed insurmountable. The whispers of his name sent chills down spines, for it was said that he feasted on the waters of rivers and lakes, drawing them into his dark lair, leaving behind devastation. The land had become a graveyard of dreams unfulfilled. The fields lay barren, crops withered beneath the unyielding sun, and the rivers sang a song of emptiness. But amidst this despair, hope flickered faintly like a candle in the wind. The murmurs of a hero began to spread. Indra, the mighty god of thunder, had heard the cries of the beleaguered people. With the strength of 1,000 storms, he vowed to confront Vritra and reclaim the stolen waters that were rightfully theirs. The day of reckoning dawned with a sky heavy with anticipation, dark clouds swirling ominously, pregnant with the promise of rain. Indra prepared for battle, his heart pounding like thunder against his ribcage. He donned his celestial armor, shimmering in the dim light, and picked up his weapon, Vajra, a thunderbolt forged in the fires of the heavens. Legends spoke of its power, capable of splitting mountains and striking down even the fiercest of foes. As he mounted his magnificent white elephant, Airavata, the ground trembled beneath their weight. The air crackled with energy, a tension so thick it felt as if the world held its breath. Indra's resolve hardened. He would not falter. With a fierce roar, he charged into the storm, the sky darkening around him, the winds howling in response to his fury. Yet Vritra awaited him, coiled in the clouds, a sinister silhouette against the backdrop of a looming tempest. The serpent demon's laughter echoed like rolling thunder, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. He was the embodiment of fear, a dark force that thrived on despair and hunger. "You dare challenge me, Indra?" he hissed, his voice a chilling caress that sent a jolt of dread through the air. "I am the master of water, the ruler of the rains. You are nothing but a fleeting storm." As they clashed, energy crackled in the air like a live wire. Indra unleashed his thunderbolt, a brilliant flash that illuminated the darkness, but Vritra twisted away, his serpentine form moving with an agility that belied his size. The two forces collided in a dance of power and fury. The skies split open with flashes of light and sound. Each strike echoed through the valleys, a rhythmic heartbeat of battle as the fate of the land hung in the balance. With each fierce blow, Indra felt the weight of his people's desperation. He remembered their sunken eyes, the children too weak to play, the elders who had lost hope. The memories fueled his fury, and he roared once more, calling upon the heavens for aid. The storm raged, and the sky opened as if in response to his plea. Rain began to fall, heavy and relentless, each drop a promise of renewal. But Vritra was relentless. Drawing strength from the chaos, he countered the rains with his own dark magic, summoning winds that howled like lost souls. The battle intensified, a fierce struggle between light and darkness, hope and despair. Every clash of their powers sent ripples through the fabric of the world, and the very earth trembled beneath them. Indra's heart raced as Vritra lunged, his jaws snapping inches from the god's face. This was more than a battle for water. It was a battle for the essence of life itself. The cries of the villagers echoed in Indra's ears, urging him to fight harder. He had to win. He had to restore balance and joy to the land. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Indra summoned all his power into the Vajra. It glowed with an intense brightness, illuminating the darkened sky like a beacon of hope. This was the moment that would define them all, the moment that could either save or doom the world. Indra hurled the thunderbolt at Vritra, and time seemed to slow as the air crackled with anticipation. Vritra, sensing the impending doom, coiled tightly, his scales shimmering with an eerie light. The collision was cataclysmic. A blinding explosion erupted, blurring the line between night and day, tearing through the clouds like a knife. The heavens roared, and the earth shook, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from the storm. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and silence enveloped the battlefield, the fates of both Indra and Vritra hung precariously in the balance. Would the waters return, unfurling across the land like a blessing, or would darkness continue to reign? The air was thick with the possibility of change, and the hearts of the people beat in unison, filled with a mix of dread and hope. Among the storm's remnants, the struggle was far from over. The seeds of conflict lingered, and as the clouds began to part, the destiny of water, life, and the very essence of the earth remained uncertain. In the stillness of night, when shadows dance and the air is thick with unspoken fears, there emerges a figure cloaked in vibrant blue and fierce energy, her tongue lolling in a wild expression of strength. She stands tall, with a garland of skulls around her neck, each representing a demon vanquished and a fear overcome. Kali, the goddess of destruction and transformation, is not merely a deity, she is the embodiment of the battle against darkness. In ancient texts, she is depicted as fierce and unstoppable, a force that strikes terror into the hearts of demons that dare to disrupt the cosmic balance. The very name Kali sends shivers down the spines of those who understand the gravity of her power. Her story unfolds in the chaos of a celestial battlefield, where gods and demons clashed and the stakes were unfathomably high. The legend begins with the slaying of the buffalo demon, Mahishasura, who terrorized the heavens and earth alike. His arrogance led him to believe he was invincible. But that belief was shattered when Kali emerged from the collective rage of the gods. With every step she took, the ground rumbled and the air crackled with energy. Her fierce eyes burned with the fire of justice, and her presence alone sent ripples of fear through the heart of Mahishasura. It was not just her ferocity that marked her, it was her sense of purpose, a relentless drive to protect the innocent and restore balance. As she confronted Mahishasura, the battle became a whirlwind of chaos and clashing energies. The goddess danced through the battlefield, her movements fluid yet powerful, each strike a symphony of vengeance. The demons fell before her, crumbling like dust in the wind. But Kali was not merely a warrior, she was the guardian of those who could not fight for themselves. With every life she saved, the energy surrounding her pulsed with life and hope, a direct contrast to the darkness she sought to eradicate. Beyond her role as a warrior, Kali embodies the complexities of existence. She is not just a symbol of destruction, she also represents the cycle of life and death. In her embrace there is a promise of rebirth, a reminder that from the ashes of the past, new beginnings arise. Each demon she slays serves a purpose, clearing the way for transformation and renewal. Historically, the worship of Kali flourished during the time of the Shakta cult in India, where she became a central figure. Temples dedicated to her sprung up, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant murals depicting her fearsome visage. The air would thrum with the chants of her devotees, honoring her as the ultimate protector. They understood that to invoke Kali was to invite both fear and reverence, for she could unleash her wrath upon the unjust but also offer solace to the distressed. In the annual celebration of Kali Puja, thousands gathered, their hearts pounding with excitement and devotion. The night would glow with the flickering of oil lamps, illuminating her fierce form. As offerings of sweets and flowers lay before her image, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Many would share stories of personal battles fought and won, of demons, both real and metaphorical, that they had faced in their own lives. Kaylee was not just a goddess from ancient tales, she embodied the struggles of the everyday person. Her image resonates in ways both profound and unsettling. For mothers, she is the fierce protector of their children, ready to confront any threat that looms over them. For warriors, she embodies the spirit of resilience, the undying will to fight against oppression. Every chant of Kali Ma echoes not just in reverence but also as a battle cry, a reminder that even in the darkest of times there is a force that will rise up to defend the helpless. Yet, there lies an unsettling tension in her narrative, as Kaylee dances on the thin line between destruction and creation. Her fierce nature simultaneously inspires and terrifies. It raises questions about the balance of power and the consequences of unchecked rage. In every victory there is a cost, and in every sacrifice, a transformation. The stories of her battles do not merely end with the defeat of demons, they lead to a deeper understanding that chaos often births clarity. Legends tell of the time when Kaylee became so consumed by her rage that she threatened to destroy everything in her path. The gods, seeing the chaos she had spawned, realized they needed to intervene. They sent Lord Shiva, who lay in her path, his stillness a stark contrast to her furious energy. As she danced upon him, her rage began to subside. It was a powerful reminder that sometimes, to conquer the darkness within, one must confront it head-on. In every tale, Kaylee is both the sword and the shield. She embodies the fight against the demons that lurk in the shadows, but equally, she teaches compassion towards those who are struggling. The stories of her victories evoke a sense of empowerment, igniting a fire within those who feel powerless. Her presence compels one to confront their fears, to acknowledge the demons that they must face, be they internal doubts or external challenges. As the night deepens, stories of Kaylee continue to echo in the hearts of those who remember her fierce spirit. Her role as the goddess who slays demons transcends time, weaving through the fabric of history and culture. Each generation finds in her a source of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, the light of courage and determination can prevail. There, in the shadows of their lives, her fierce energy lingers, igniting a spark that refuses to be extinguished. Kaylee remains ever watchful, ready to rise again, her spirit dancing in the hearts of those who dare to battle their own demons. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced across ancient walls, whispering forgotten tales of terror and intrigue, tales of beings, neither god nor man, who roamed the world, weaving chaos and fear into the very fabric of existence. The air crackled with tension as myths took shape, forming the essence of demons in Hindu mythology. In ages past, the Puranas, those sacred texts pulsating with life, began to breathe life into these malevolent figures. They were not mere figments but reflections of human fears and desires. Each demon was sculpted from the clay of human emotion. Anger, jealousy, and ambition melded into grotesque forms. The stories told of Asuras, powerful beings who challenged the gods, embodying the darker side of human nature. Their evolution mirrored the struggles of mankind, shifting and transforming with every age. In the beginning, demons were often depicted as spirits of nature, wild and untamed. They roamed forests and mountains, their laughter echoing through the trees, but their intentions were often malevolent. The Puranas spoke of these beings as guardians of chaos, opposing the divine order with their sheer will. They were the storms that swept through the plains, the floods that ravaged villages, and the darkness that crept into the hearts of men. With every challenge they posed, they pushed the gods to their limits, forcing them to confront the chaos within their own realms. As time marched on, the Puranas began to paint a more complex picture. The demons evolved, gaining depth and dimension. No longer just chaotic spirits, they became embodiments of specific vices. Damba, the demon of deceit; Vritra, the serpent who embodied drought and despair. Each demon carried a story, a lesson wrapped in horror, urging humanity to recognize its flaws. In this dance of good and evil, the lines blurred, making it hard to discern where one ended and the other began. It was in the tales of Ravana that the evolution reached a fever pitch. He was not just a demon. He was a king, a scholar, a warrior of unmatched strength. His 10 heads represented knowledge and power, but they also signified an insatiable hunger for more. Ravana's abduction of Sita was not merely an act of evil. It was a tragic reflection of obsession and desire. His story captured not just the horror of his actions, but the complexity of his character. Even in his defeat, there was an echo of sympathy, a reminder that within every demon lies a story yearning to be told. The Puranas did not shy away from portraying the destruction that followed these demoniacal beings. Battles erupted like storms, with gods and demons clashing in a fury of divine fury. The sky would darken, the earth would quake, and the very cosmos would hold its breath as warriors fought for supremacy. The vivid descriptions transported listeners and readers alike to the front lines of these epic encounters, where hope and despair coalesced into a singular, heart-pounding moment. Yet, amidst the chaos, there were glimmers of hope. Heroes emerged, often born from the very shadows that demons cast. The tales of divine intervention unfolded like a tapestry, with deities stepping into the fray to restore balance. Vishnu, the preserver, took on many avatars, each one more captivating than the last. As Matsya the fish, he saved humanity from a great flood. As Narasimha, the lion man, he tore apart the demon Hiranyakashipu with rage and love intertwined. These stories reinforced a vital truth. Darkness could be vanquished. Light would always find a way. But the demons did not fade quietly into oblivion. They adapted, clawing their way back into the narrative, reflecting the ever-changing face of humanity. From the ancient texts emerged new legends, weaving together the old and the new. As the Puranas evolved, so too did the demons within them. They became metaphors for societal fears. The demons of colonialism, oppression, and ignorance found their place among the ancient horrors. The stories hinted at a cycle, a reminder that the struggles continued, that demons, in all their forms, would always be lurking just beyond the veil of understanding. And in this vast tapestry, the most heartbreaking aspect was that the demons, despite their terror, often sought redemption. With every fall, there was a chance for rise. The tale of Bhasmasura, who, granted the power to turn anyone to ashes with a mere touch, ultimately became a victim of his own desires, revealed a chilling truth. The very powers that empowered him turned against him, leading to his demise. This cycle of rise and fall resonated deeply with human experience, a constant reminder of the duality in every one of us. The air thickened with myriad emotions, as if the very essence of the Puranas was alive, breathing through the pages. Every tale was a precious jewel, glinting under the weight of history, waiting to be cherished and feared in equal measure. The demons, with their malevolence and complexity, became both the monsters under the bed and the teachers of profound lessons. They evoked feelings of dread and empathy, illuminating the darkness that often resided within the hearts of men. And just as one was caught in the whirlpool of these ancient tales, the narrative twisted, beckoning towards the next revelation that lurked in the shadows. More stories waiting to be unraveled, new threads to be woven into the rich tapestry of belief and myth. The evolution of demons was not just a tale of horror, it was an endless narrative, a cycle of creation and destruction. It was an invitation to witness the eternal struggle between light and dark, a reminder that as long as there was humanity, there would be demons to confront, both within and without. In the stillness of the night, shadows slithered across the dirt streets of ancient Gokul, where the faint cries of newborns resonated like a haunting lullaby, echoing through the thatched roofs. Mothers held their children close, rocking them gently, whispering sweet nothings, unaware of the sinister shape lurking just beyond the fringes of their dreams. The air was heavy with an unseen dread, a fear that wrapped around the village like a tightening noose. Putana, a demoness with a heart as dark as her soul, roamed the land. Known for her beauty, she masked her true nature with a captivating smile, an allure that could charm a serpent. With skin like moonlight and hair cascading like a waterfall, her appearance was that of a goddess. But underneath her enchanting exterior hid the bitter truth, a heart poisoned by hate and the desire for vengeance against the gods. In her twisted mind, the cries of innocent children were music, a symphony that played to her deepest yearnings for chaos. As she approached the village, her footsteps barely whispered against the ground, a predator cloaked in the skin of a seductress. She was not merely a killer, she was a child killer, and each little life she snuffed out brought her a twisted sense of joy. With every small hand that reached for her, she felt the thrill of power, the intoxicating taste of life snuffed out in an instant. Those who had seen her would speak of a chill that settled in the air when she was near, a sensation that screamed danger. That fateful night, the moon hung low, casting eerie shadows that danced as Putana passed. She drew closer to a small home, where a mother softly hummed to her babe, cradled in her arms. The moment was serene, yet within it lay a brewing storm. Putana's heart raced, not with love or compassion, but with a wicked anticipation. Her wicked mind conjured visions of despair, feeding on the fear and the sorrow she would bring. "Why do you cry, little one?" she cooed, her voice silky and sweet as honey, yet laced with an undercurrent of malice. The mother looked up, entranced by the beauty before her guard lowered by the soft cadence of Putana's voice. The babe, sensing something amiss, squirmed and let out a whimper. But Putana approached with a smile that belied her deadly intentions. "I can help you," she whispered, her long fingers reaching out, brushing against the child's cheek. The mother, entranced by the demoness's charm, felt a warmth spreading through her heart. How could something so beautiful wish to harm her precious child? It was a question that would never be answered, for Putana's grasp tightened around the babe, and in that moment, innocence was lost. As she raised the child to her breast, her heart surged with dark delight. The child, oblivious to the danger, reached out with tiny fingers, trusting and pure. In that instant, time stood still. The mother's eyes grew wide with horror as the realization dawned. The woman who had come to offer solace was, in fact, a harbinger of death. But it was too late. With a swift movement, Putana opened her mouth impossibly wide, revealing fangs dripping with malevolence. The chilling cries of the child pierced the night, echoing through the village like a death knell. It was a sound that would haunt the dreams of every mother, an echo of terror that would ripple through generations. The air thickened with fear, and the village awoke in a panic, hearts racing as they rushed from their homes, desperate to save their young ones. But Putana was fast, a dark shadow slipping through the chaos, leaving despair in her wake. She reveled in the panic, the frantic search for safety. Each time she struck, each child she snatched, she felt a twisted sense of empowerment, invigorated by the chaos she sowed. The mothers cried out in anguish, their hearts splintering, their screams melding into a horrifying chorus that filled the night. They hunted for their children, their voices frantic, but Putana was always one step ahead, her laughter echoing in the darkness like a haunting melody. She giggled with glee, a cruel reminder of her power as mothers fell to their knees, the reality of their losses crashing over them like a wave of sorrow. In that dreadful moment, a fearsome figure emerged from the shadows, a force that would soon challenge Putana's reign of destruction. It was a legend yet to be born, a warrior destined to confront the darkness. The heavens above seemed to tremble in anticipation as the winds shifted, carrying whispers of hope, but Putana was blind to it, lost in her malevolent dance of death. The clash of light and dark was near, yet in her wicked heart she felt invincible. The cries of the children she had taken only fueled her madness, a fire that burned fiercely within her. She was a storm, and nothing could stand in her way. Parents grasped their children tighter, desperate to shield them from the looming threat, yet the shadows thickened, and darkness spread like ink across the sky. In the midst of the chaos, a small hand reached out from the shadows, trembling but unyielding, a flicker of defiance against the night. It was a child, one who had seen too much too soon but still clung to life with all their might. The world slowed as Putana turned, her eyes locking onto the innocent gaze that pierced through the veil of darkness. In that split second, the air felt electric, a clash of destinies ready to unfold. The tension vibrated like a taut string, promising an explosion that would shatter the night. The demoness felt a flicker of unease ripple through her, a sensation she had long forgotten. As she approached, her focus narrowed on the tiny figure standing defiantly against her. The weight of countless lives pressed heavily upon her shoulders. And just then, as the winds howled and the darkness thickened, the stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of the universe, blending despair and hope in a tempest of emotions that would reverberate through time. The battle was not just for the child standing firm against the horrors of the night, but for the very soul of humanity itself. Fear mingled with an inexplicable spark of courage, and even as darkness loomed, a flicker of light refused to be extinguished. The tale of Putana and her sinister wrath had only just begun to unfold, and the villagers could only stand by, hearts pounding, breath caught in their throats, as they awaited the inevitable clash of fate. In a dimly lit corner of an ancient temple, shadows danced to the rhythm of flickering candles, casting eerie silhouettes on the weathered stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of incense and anticipation. The high priest, adorned in robes that whispered of forgotten times, stood before a gathering of eager souls, their eyes wide with both fear and fascination. He spoke of karma, a force that binds the threads of destiny, weaving the tapestry of existence with an intricate design that few could comprehend. As he recounted tales of those who had wronged others, their misdeeds rippling through the ages like echoes in a vast canyon, a palpable tension filled the space. Could it be that every action, every thought could summon unseen forces, lingering in the shadows, waiting to exact a price? The audience leaned in closer, hearts racing, for they sensed that behind every choice lay a consequence, sometimes benign, but often twisted and dark. Karma, the ancient concept that originated in the philosophies of India, spoke of a cosmic balance, where each deed held weight, either uplifting or dragging one down into the depths of despair. But what transpired in the unseen world? What if those who played with the delicate threads of this balance beckoned demonic forces? The high priest's voice lowered, drawing listeners into a hushed reverie as he warned of those who danced with evil. Their lust for power often opened doors better left shut, inviting entities that thrived on chaos and suffering. Within the annals of history, figures emerged who had tasted both the sweetness of triumph and the bitterness of consequence. Take the tale of the infamous King Ashoka, once a ruthless conqueror who, in his quest for dominance, spilled rivers of blood. But his transformation into a benevolent ruler was not merely a change of heart, it was a reckoning with his karma. As he embraced Dharma, the righteous path, whispers circulated through the land of spirits that had once tormented him, now retreating into the shadows of his past. But could he ever escape the demons he had summoned? Rising from the depths of darkness, the ancient tales spoke of Asura, the demonic forces that thrived on the negative energies of human actions. These beings were not mere figments of imagination. They were remnants of misdeeds, hungry for the energy generated by despair and regret. The high priest warned that every act of malice not only tainted the soul, but also fed these dark entities, weaving a bond that was difficult to sever. The audience gasped collectively when he shared the story of a merchant who, with greed as his guiding star, betrayed his closest friend for wealth. In time, he found himself haunted by specters of his past, their whispers clawing at his sanity, revealing the price of his greed. The temple's atmosphere thickened as he spoke of the ancient ritual where practitioners sought to confront these very forces. They would chant sacred mantras, their voices rising as an offering to the divine, hoping to cleanse themselves of the darkness they had invited into their lives. Yet, the high priest cautioned, the act of calling upon these forces could result in awakening something far more sinister than they intended. The flickering candle flames swayed, mimicking the fear that brimmed in the hearts of the listeners as they pondered their own past decisions. The good, the bad, the ugly. As the tale unfolded, the whispers of an ancient book surfaced within the crowd, one that spoke of a warrior who had been blessed by the gods but had succumbed to the allure of power. With each battle he grew stronger, yet with each life he took, a fragment of his soul slipped away, opening his heart to demonic influence. The high priest's words painted vivid images of a once noble hero now ridden with guilt, haunted by the specters of those he had slain. Their tormented faces appeared to him in his dreams, warning him that the karma he had forged could drag him into the abyss, where the Asura awaited, eager to feast on his despair. A chill ran through the audience, as one could almost feel the icy breath of those demonic forces. What horror lay in the realization that even the smallest misstep could lead one into the depths of darkness. How many lives had been claimed in the name of ambition, only to find themselves shackled to a fate that echoed through the corridors of time? The high priest paused, letting the weight of his words settle like dust in the air. He shared tales of the great Siddhartha Gautama, a prince who, captivated by the pain of the world, abandoned his life of luxury. In his quest for enlightenment, he confronted the demons of his past, the greed, attachment, and ignorance that had arisen not only within himself but in the very fabric of human existence. As these demons encircled him, tempting him to return to his former life, he stood resolute. Understanding that the path of karma was not merely a journey of self, but a collective struggle against the forces that sought to ensnare humanity. The flickering candles began to wane, casting longer shadows that seemed to stretch into infinity. The high priest, sensing the gravity of the moment, spoke louder, urging his listeners to remember the power they held in their own hands. Each decision they made rippled through the universe, creating waves that could either uplift or devastate. As stories intertwined, a chilling realization took root. The line between good and evil was as fragile as a strand of silk, easily frayed by the weight of choices made in ignorance or malice. With the final words of the high priest hanging heavy in the air, an electric tension filled the temple. A shared understanding emerged. Everyone had the potential to call forth their own demons, yet within that dark potential lay the power for redemption. The very forces that could consume them could also lead them to salvation, if only they were brave enough to confront the darkness lurking within. As the candles flickered their last light, the temple doors creaked open, revealing the night beyond, a vast, star-studded expanse that promised hope, yet echoed with the whispers of the unseen. The audience, hearts pounding, stood on the precipice of their own journeys, ready to face the karma that awaited them, unaware of the demonic forces that might lay hidden in their paths. In the dim light of an ancient temple, where the scent of incense mingled with the whispers of ages long past, the air crackled with tension. Shadows danced on stone walls, hinting at the presence of unseen forces, both divine and demonic. A great conflict loomed, one that was as old as time itself, and at the center of this cosmic battle stood Vishnu, the preserver. His presence radiated calm amidst chaos, a beacon of hope for the weary and the oppressed. Legends tell of Vishnu's 10 avatars, manifestations of his divine essence, each embodying a unique aspect of his mission. The ground trembled as the first echoes of a new threat emerged, a threat that sought to engulf the world in darkness. Demonic forces, driven by greed and malice, began to rise from the depths of despair, their shadows stretching across the land like a malignant fog. They sought to disrupt the balance of creation, attacking the very fabric of life, bringing with them fear and destruction. In the midst of this turmoil, Vishnu took on the form of Matsya, the fish. The people were struggling to survive a great flood unleashed by the angry sage, Manu. With his graceful fins slicing through the tumultuous waters, Vishnu guided the ark, filled with every creature to safety. He was their savior, and with each sweep of his tail, he reminded them of the sacred bond between all beings, a bond worth preserving at all costs. Time rolled on, and the threat morphed as Vishnu transformed again, this time into Kurma, the tortoise. The ocean churned wildly as gods and demons alike sought the nectar of immortality. But the demons, in their unquenchable thirst for power, threatened to poison the very essence of life itself. As Kurma anchored Mount Mandara, the churning began. With patient strength, Vishnu held the mountain steady, ensuring that chaos did not consume the world. His presence was a reminder that even in tumultuous times, balance could be restored with wisdom and perseverance. Each avatar was a tale etched into the memories of people, and with every incarnation, Vishnu fought against the encroaching darkness. The most poignant of these battles came with the arrival of Narasimha, the man-lion. The tyrant Hiranyakashipu had gained powers that made him believe he was invincible, so powerful that he deemed himself worthy of worship. His cruel reign brought suffering to his own son, Prahlada, a boy whose heart was pure and devoted to Vishnu. In a moment that shook the cosmos, Vishnu manifested as Narasimha, bursting forth from a pillar to fulfill his promise. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, he ended Hiranyakashipu's tyranny, proving that no force of evil could stand against divine justice. The tales of Vishnu's heroism spread like wildfire, igniting hope in hearts long shadowed by despair. Yet, darkness is tenacious. It continuously seeks new forms. The demonic forces, relentless in their pursuit of chaos, began their sinister dance once more. Then came Rama, the prince with a heart as pure as gold. When his beloved wife, Sita, was abducted by the demon king Ravana, Vishnu stepped into Rama's shoes, wielding the bow with unmatched grace. The war that ensued was not just a battle of strength, it was a struggle of ideals and righteousness. Every arrow released from Rama's bow was a promise to the people, a promise that evil would not prevail. As he faced Ravana on the battlefield, the tension was palpable, thick enough to slice through with a knife. Each clash of weapons reverberated through the skies, a testament to the age-old conflict between good and evil, light and darkness. The people watched, breathless, as the fate of the world hung in the balance. Vishnu, the preserver, had not just come to save. He had come to inspire. His very essence reminded them that they were not powerless in the face of adversity. As Rama triumphed, the land erupted in joy, a collective exhale of relief. The balance had been restored, but the battle was far from over. With each incarnation, Vishnu's resolve only deepened. Time marched on, and soon he took the form of Krishna, the divine trickster. The scene shifted to the lush fields of Vrindavan, where the gopis danced and sang, their laughter a balm for all who heard. Yet even here, darkness tried to seep in. Kansa, fueled by jealousy and hatred, plotted to kill Krishna, believing he could snuff out the light forever. but Krishna's playful spirit masked a fierce warrior's heart. He wielded a flute and a smile, but beneath that facade lay an undying commitment to protect. With each note he played, he not only enchanted but also prepared the people for the battles to come. And then there came the moment of truth, where the forces of evil united, stronger than ever. The cosmos trembled as Vishnu, in his final avatar as Kalki, was prophesied to arrive on a white horse, sword in hand. The skies darkened and a storm brewed, a prelude to the ultimate battle between good and evil. Demons amassed, their eyes glinting with the promise of destruction. But hope flickered like a candle in the night, igniting the hearts of those who believed. As the stage was set for the final showdown, the world held its breath. The demonic forces, blind in their arrogance, underestimated the power of the Preserver. Vishnu, in his timeless wisdom and unwavering strength, prepared to remind the universe of a truth that transcended time. When darkness encroaches, light will always rise to meet it. The air was electric with anticipation, and the people sensed that history was about to be rewritten once more. The battle was not just for survival. It was a fight for the very soul of existence itself, where the line between good and evil blurred, and Vishnu stood at the forefront, ready to wield justice with unwavering resolve. The battlefield lay thick with the heavy scent of earth and blood, the air crackling with anticipation. Armored warriors, their faces grave and resolute, stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes flickering like the flames of a candle caught in a storm. On one side, the Pandavas, noble sons of Pandu, drew strength from their righteousness, while on the other, the Kauravas, fierce and relentless, prepared to unleash chaos. But lurking in the shadows, like dark clouds waiting to unleash a tempest, were the demons and their allies, poised to shatter the very fabric of the war. Glimmers of horned silhouettes danced at the edges of the battlefield, their features twisted with malice. The Asuras, often overlooked in tales of valor, were not mere figments of myth. They were formidable beings. Endowed with dark powers and fierce ambition, they had allied themselves with Duryodhana, the eldest Kaurava, who sought vengeance and glory at any cost. Unbeknownst to the warriors who stood ready to fight for their honor, the true horror was about to unfold. As the conch shells blared, signaling the commencement of battle, a chill swept across the land. Bhishma, the grand old warrior, felt the weight of fate pressing heavy on his heart. He had fought countless battles, but this one felt different. The whispers of the demons were insidious, wrapping themselves around his resolve, reminding him of his past loyalties and the looming shadows of betrayal. The Pandavas, though righteous, were about to face foes that were not only skilled in combat but also masters of deceit. With a roar that split the air, the demons charged. Their eyes glinted with hunger, claws extended and fangs bared. The first clash echoed like thunder, sending ripples of fear through the hearts of even the bravest soldiers. Yudhishthira, the eldest Pandava, stood tall yet felt the ground tremble beneath him. The weight of his brothers' lives rested on his shoulders. With each swing of his sword, he fought not just for victory but to protect the very essence of Dharma, the moral order that defined their world. But the Kauravas had their own darkness. Behind Duryodhana, the hulking figure of Karna emerged, his chariot soaring like a hawk ready to dive. Though he was the sun in his own right, he had made a pact with darker forces, trading loyalty for power. His arrow, crafted with the essence of demonic poison, whistled through the air, seeking flesh and bone. There was no stopping it, no turning back now. The battlefield soon became a swirling vortex of chaos. Warriors fell, blood painting the earth like the colors of a dark artist's palette. Amidst the clashing swords and cries of anguish, the demons reveled in their reign of terror. Their laughter echoed, a haunting melody that danced through the chaos. Their presence brought forth nightmares, the very embodiment of fear and despair. As the sun began to sink, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, the tide of war began to shift. Amidst the melee, Arjuna found himself face to face with a hideous demon, its form grotesque and twisted. The creature's skin gleamed in shades of midnight. It screeched, a sound that chilled Arjuna's bones, yet he stood firm, his bowstring taut. In that moment of paralyzing fear, he remembered the tales of his ancestors, of valor in the face of darkness. The arrow flew, a streak of light in the shadow of despair, striking true. The demon crumpled, but the victory felt hollow, as if the shadows had only briefly retreated. Meanwhile, Draupadi, the warrior queen, rallied her troops with a fierce determination, her voice like a clarion call amidst despair. She wielded her own weapon, her spirit. She reminded her warriors of the stakes, of the lives they fought for, of the justice they sought. With every word, the flames of hope ignited in their hearts, pushing them back against the encroaching darkness. The demons, momentarily thrown off balance, unleashed their fury upon her, but the bond between the Pandavas and their allies only deepened. As the battles raged on, the sky turned a shade of crimson, a reflection of the blood spilled upon the ground. The demons, sensing their power waning, summoned more of their dark kin. From the depths of hellish valleys they called forth their allies, goblins and spirits, each more horrific than the last. They surged onto the battlefield, a tide of darkness that threatened to engulf the warriors of light. In the midst of this chaos, Bhima felt a fire stirring inside him. He charged, a force of nature, fists pounding like thunder on the chests of his foes. The sight of his brothers fighting valiantly against the encroaching darkness ignited a primal rage in him, a need to protect, to avenge. And as he fought, he roared out a primal battle cry, echoing the cries of his ancestors. With each blow, he fought not just for his life, but for the very legacy of his family, the echoes of his mother's teachings ringing in his ears. But with each victory came a deeper shadow. The demons were relentless, rising again and again like waves against the shore. Their magical abilities twisted the battlefield, creating illusions that confounded even the most skilled warriors. Friends became foes, and the familiar faces of comrades turned into monstrous visages, spreading confusion and fear. The whispers of the demons grew louder, clawing at the very sanity of the fighters. Caught in the frenzy, Yudhishthira could feel the weight of despair tightening around him, wrapping him in a fatal embrace. He prayed for guidance, for the strength to uphold Dharma amidst the chaos. As he closed his eyes, the echoes of the past surged forth, lessons of humility, of sacrifice, of the eternal struggle between good and evil. But this war was unlike any other. This was a war where demons had allies, and their powers seemed to draw strength from the very fabric of despair. As night descended, the battlefield transformed into a haunting landscape, illuminated only by the flickering flames of dying fires and the glow of strange ethereal creatures summoned by the Asuras. The air was thick with tension, every heartbeat resonating with fear and desperation. The warriors pressed on, their resolve hardening even as their bodies ached from the relentless onslaught. The drums of war beat louder, the cries of the fallen merging with the laughter of their demonic foes. And in that moment, standing amidst the turmoil, the true nature of the great war began to reveal itself, not just a battle of swords and strength, but a struggle for the very soul of humanity itself. The lines between good and evil blurred, as the demons and their allies threatened to consume all that was sacred. The horizon flickered with the promise of dawn, yet the darkness was far from vanquished. With the clash of metal against metal, the air thick with smoke and cries, the warriors prepared for what lay ahead, unaware that the darkest chapter of their fate was just about to unfold. A chilling wind swept through the ancient landscape, carrying with it the scent of ash and despair. It whispered of horrors yet to come, of a time when shadows stretched longer than the day itself. Legends spoke of Dhumraketu, the smoke flag demon, a being of malevolence that thrived on fear, not unlike the storm that gathers on the horizon, dark and foreboding. His very name struck terror in the hearts of those who dared to speak it, and the flames of his wrath flickered in the minds of the fearful like a distant, ominous glow. In a forgotten village, tucked away in the folds of hills and dense forests, the night had fallen heavy with dread. Villagers huddled in their modest homes, the scent of burning wood mingling with the lingering fear that wrapped around their hearts like a vice. It was said that when the demon appeared, smoke would rise from the ground, curling and twisting into shapes that echoed the nightmares buried deep within the souls of the villagers. They could almost hear the ominous rustle of his flag, a tattered piece of cloth that danced like a ghost in the wind, the smoke trailing behind it as if the very essence of anguish followed in its wake. On this fateful evening, the tension in the air was palpable. Children, once playful and carefree, exchanged frightened glances, their laughter replaced by hushed whispers about the demon's latest mischief. The elders recounted tales of Dhumraketu with trembling voices, their eyes haunted by memories that refused to fade. Time had not dulled the edges of his terror. Instead, it had sharpened them, each recounting renewed the grip of fear that held the village in its thrall. As the moon hung high and full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, a low rumble echoed through the valley, causing the walls of the homes to tremble. It was a sound that resonated deep within, an omen, perhaps, that the smoke flag demon was near. With every heartbeat, the villagers could feel the oppressive weight of dread growing, thickening the air around them. It was a sensation all too familiar, yet it never failed to send shivers down their spines. From the depths of the nearby forest a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. The silhouette flickered, swaying as if caught in a dance with the wind. With every step, a curtain of smoke unfurled behind him, swirling and curling like the very memories he feasted upon. Dhumraketu, the demon of nightmares, had arrived. His presence was a storm, chaotic and fierce, and in his wake he left nothing but silence, a silence that screamed of lost hope. In that moment, the villagers felt a collective shudder. It was as if the blood in their veins turned to ice and the world around them shifted, becoming an unrecognizable nightmare. The stories had warned them of his power, of how he siphoned the very essence of fear to fuel his dark magic. Yet nothing could prepare them for the chilling sight of his smoke flag billowing through the moonlit night, a grotesque banner that signaled the end of safety. He paused, surveying the village, his gaze penetrating and cold, eyes that seemed to burn with an otherworldly fire, filled with centuries of malice, locked onto the frightened faces peering from behind shuttered windows. The children, trembling in the corners of their homes, felt his gaze pierce through them, plunging them into a deeper abyss of terror. They could not escape the weight of his presence, the suffocating fear wrapping around them like the smoke that drifted from his flag. With a sudden motion, Dhumraketu raised the flag high, invoking a storm of shadows that engulfed the village. The air thickened, and the ground beneath them quaked as visions of despair clawed at their minds. Memories of lost loved ones, unfulfilled dreams, and the insidious grip of despair bubbled to the surface, twisting their hearts into knots. The demon thrived on such emotions, and the chaos brewed within him, feeding on the darkness he had awakened. In the distance, a faint cry broke through the silence, a plea, a whisper of hope that flickered like a candle against the overwhelming darkness. It was a spark that ignited a fleeting sense of defiance, and the villagers rallied together, human resilience igniting beneath the weight of their fear. They had heard the stories, and they had witnessed the horrors. Yet, with every heart that beat in unison, a flicker of courage ignited against the encroaching shadows. But Dhumraketu was relentless. The smoky tendrils of his flag reached out, wrapping around the hearts of the brave and the cowardly alike. He exerted his power, and in withering breaths, he drained the courage from their souls. The cries of defiance turned to murmurs of despair, swallowed by the billowing smoke that filled the night air. The once vibrant village faded into a realm of shadows, their hopes extinguished as Dhumraketu reveled in their anguish. Yet, even in the depths of despair, there remained whispers of resistance that curled through the air, echoing the resilient spirit of the villagers. Tales of courage from generations past filled their minds, a legacy of those who had faced the demon and lived to tell the tale. And in that swirling chaos of smoke and shadows, a flicker of determination ignited once more. As Dhumraketu reveled in his dominance, a figure emerged from the crowd, a young girl, no more than 10, with eyes that shone with unyielding courage. She stepped forward, her heart pounding but her resolve unwavering. "We are not afraid of you," her voice rang out, cutting through the oppressive air like a blade. The villagers gasped, their hearts buoyed by her bravery, even as the demon's malevolent laughter echoed around them. The smoke flag demon turned, fixating his gaze on the girl, his expression a mixture of disdain and intrigue. No one had dared to challenge him like this before. The air crackled with tension, the battle between fear and courage playing out against the backdrop of an ancient war. The smoke curled around her, but she stood tall, her heart ablaze, ready to face the demon that had haunted their dreams for too long. Dhumraketu felt a tremor of uncertainty ripple through him, a fleeting moment where the shadows hesitated. The villagers, their hearts ignited by the audacity of one brave soul, found the strength to stand beside her. Together, they formed a line between light and dark, courage and despair, the very essence of their humanity shining against the demon's insatiable hunger for fear. With the smoke swirling ominously, the struggle began. A battle not just of bodies, but of spirits. The weight of history hung heavy in the air as echoes of past encounters with Dhumraketu lingered, weaving tales of hope and redemption. Each villager drew strength from their ancestors, bolstered by the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, resilience could shine through. As the night deepened, the clash between the demon and the villagers intensified, hope flickering against the overwhelming shadows. The dance of fear and courage played on, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and dark. And in the heart of the chaos, a new chapter began to unfold, the outcome uncertain, but the spirit of defiance ignited, ready to face whatever the smoke flag demon would unleash next. In the shadows of ancient temples, where flickering oil lamps cast a wavering light, the air thickens with an electric tension. Whispering tales of long-forgotten battles between good and evil, here, in this sacred space, demons loom larger than life. They are not simply figures of horror but profound symbols of the inner struggles that every human faces. As the winds howl through the crumbling stone, they tell stories of Asuras, the demon-like beings who are often misunderstood. In the mythic texts, Asuras represent chaos, temptation, and the darker aspects of existence, but they are also reflections of our deepest fears and desires. The very essence of their being speaks to the eternal conflict within each person, a battle between virtue and vice, knowledge and ignorance, creation and destruction. Consider Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, whose grandeur and intellect could rival the gods themselves. His insatiable ambition, however, led to his downfall. With each head, he symbolizes a different vice: lust, greed, pride, and anger among them. Ravana's story isn't just a tale of a villain. It's a mirror reflecting the struggle of humanity against its own darker impulses. Every time he commands an army or devises a clever scheme, it resonates with the very choices individuals face daily. The allure of power can be intoxicating, yet it often leads to isolation. Equally captivating is the figure of Mahishasura, the buffalo demon, who embodies the relentless force of ignorance. His transformation from a gentle being into a ferocious demon is a chilling reminder of how power can corrupt. The goddess Durga's fierce battle against Mahishasura is not merely a clash of divine and demonic. It symbolizes the awakening of inner strength, the moment when one decides to rise against the overwhelming odds of despair. Each strike of Durga's sword against Mahishasura reverberates with the strength of countless individuals who choose to confront their fears and insecurities. In these tales, the gods themselves are not exempt from the emotional turmoil that accompanies the struggle against darkness. They, too, face temptations and trials, reminding humanity that the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. Vishnu, the preserver, often takes on avatars to tackle the demons that threaten balance. Each avatar, whether it be Ram or Krishna, serves as a beacon of hope, illustrating the necessity of courage in confronting evil, both outside and within. The symbolism of demons extends beyond mere figures of fright. They are manifestations of psychological turmoil. The stories of these beings evoke a visceral response, stirring the core of human emotion. In the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the grand epic of the Mahabharata unfolds not just as a war between two factions, but as a profound inner conflict. Arjuna, faced with the moral dilemmas of fighting against his own kin, embodies the universal struggle between duty and desire. His moment of despair becomes a catalyst for transformation, guided by Krishna's wisdom, highlighting that even in moments of darkness, enlightenment can be found. The rich tapestry of Hindu mythology shows that demons are often born from divine energy, a reflection of the belief that all beings, good or bad, are intertwined in the cosmic dance of creation. They serve as reminders that one cannot exist without the other. The light cannot shine without the dark. The myths provoke a thought. Perhaps demons are not merely adversaries to vanquish, but aspects of ourselves to understand and integrate. As the tales meander through history, they grow richer with each retelling. The ancient texts speak of Bhairava, a fierce form of Shiva who embodies the destruction of ignorance. His terrifying form, with skulls adorning his neck and fire in his eyes, represents the liberation that comes from facing one's fears head-on. In a moment of clarity, he reveals that true liberation lies not in the absence of demons, but in the acceptance of their existence within us. Festivals like Dussehra celebrate the victory of good over evil, yet they also serve as poignant reminders of the cyclical nature of this battle. Each year, the effigies of Ravana are burned, but the flames remind onlookers of the persistent nature of temptation. The crowd cheers, but in their hearts lingers the question, how often do they face their own Ravanas? The dance of the gods and goddesses serves as a powerful catharsis, allowing the community to confront their collective fears under the guise of celebration. The stories weave through time, echoing lessons that resonate with every generation. They remind humanity that the demons we battle are not just external forces, but internal conflicts that shape our very essence. The struggles of the Asuras, the defiance of the gods, and the dance of creation and destruction form a compelling narrative that captivates the imagination and stirs the soul. As the temple bells toll, reverberating through the air, the stories of demons persist, inviting all to witness the eternal struggle that defines existence. In every whispered legend, there lies a challenge and a chance for growth. The demons may fade into the shadows, but their lessons linger, urging every person to confront the complexities of their own nature. The flickering flames of the oil lamps sway gently, casting long shadows that dance on the temple walls, a reminder that the battle between light and dark is unending. Each pulse of the night air, filled with the scent of incense, carries the weight of countless stories, each waiting to be told again, beckoning with a promise of enlightenment, struggle, and transformation, a cycle that never truly ends, just transforms, inviting the next chapter in this rich tapestry of existence. The night air crackled with anticipation, shadows dancing under the flickering light of torches that illuminated the ancient kingdom of Pragjyotisha. Legends whispered through the trees, tales of a demon who prowled the land like a storm, bringing fear to all who dared to cross his path. Narakasura was a name that sent shivers down spines, a creature born of darkness who sought power above all else, his ambition as vast as the night sky. Yet, as the moon cast its silver glow, a transformation awaited on the horizon. Narakasura was not born a demon. He had once been a mortal, a prince blessed with strength and valor. In his youth he was adored, a symbol of hope and bravery. But the world of men is fickle. Temptation danced before him, promising glory and dominion in exchange for loyalty to the dark realms. As he stood at the crossroads, the allure of power proved too strong. With each choice, the spark of humanity within him flickered, replaced by an insatiable hunger for control. His transformation was not a single moment, but a symphony of events, each one darker than the last. The night he made his pact with the dark forces, the heavens trembled. Clouds rolled in thick and heavy, covering the moon and stars. The ground beneath him shook as if the very earth protested his choice. What was once a noble heart began to swell with greed, and shadows clung to him like a second skin. He became the terror of the night, a being whose very name could silence laughter and fill hearts with dread. As Narakasura ravaged the villages under his rule, his army of demons grew, each creature a reflection of his own twisted desires. The cries of his victims echoed in his ears, a haunting melody that fed his hunger for domination. He demanded tribute, jewels, and sacrifices, turning once prosperous towns into ghostly husks. Yet, within the chaos, there lay a glimmer of something else. Fear. It seeped into the hearts of his followers, for even they knew the depths of his darkness. But darkness breeds enemies. The gods watched with growing concern, their celestial eyes turning toward the mortal realm, witnessing the pain and suffering that Narakasura inflicted. They whispered among themselves, their voices laden with sorrow and determination. The balance of the universe hung by a thread, and it was clear. Something had to be done. The goddess of wisdom, Saraswati, stepped forth, her heart heavy with empathy for the innocent. She had seen the prince's fall and felt the weight of his choices. Narakasura had once embraced light, and she believed that a flame of goodness still flickered within him. Gathering her divine power, she summoned the forces of the universe, weaving a plan to confront the demon. As Narakasura basked in his ill-gotten glory, reveling in the fear he instilled, the air turned electric. A storm brewed on the horizon, clouds swirling ominously around the peaks of the distant mountains. Unbeknownst to him, the gods prepared for battle, gathering their might, their resolve hardening like steel. They would face Narakasura, but not with weapons alone. They would confront him with the very essence of his lost humanity. The night of reckoning arrived, fierce winds howling like banshees as lightning split the sky. Narakasura stood atop a hill, surveying his kingdom, oblivious to the storm gathering at his back. His laughter rang out, a sound that echoed against the mountains, drowning out the whispers of warning that danced on the wind. But then a voice boomed, deep and resonant, cutting through the chaos. "Narakasura," it called, shaking the ground beneath him, "your reign of terror ends tonight. You have lost your way, but the path back to light still exists." The demon turned, his eyes narrowing against the tempest. Before him stood the gods, radiant and unyielding. The air shimmered with their power, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded Narakasura. He felt a flicker of something. Fear? Rage? Or perhaps a long-buried memory of hope. "Why do you challenge me?" he roared, his voice mixing with the thunder. "I am the master of this land. I am darkness incarnate." Saraswati stepped forward, her presence calming the storm around them. "You are more than this," she spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "You were once a prince, a protector of your people. Remember who you were before the shadows consumed you." For a moment, the demon hesitated. Fragments of his past surged forward like forgotten dreams. Memories of laughter, love, and warmth battled against the chilling embrace of his present. But the darkness was cunning. It whispered sweet promises of power and control, taunting him. It urged him to dismiss the glimmers of light that attempted to breach his heart. "Join us, Narakasura," another deity urged, stepping into the fray. The air thickened with emotion, palpable and raw. The gods extended their hands, not in violence, but in invitation. "Return to the light. Help us heal the wounds you have inflicted." The tension hung like a taut string, ready to snap. Narakasura felt the pull of duality within him, the struggle of light against dark, the man against the demon. Could he forsake his newfound power for a chance at redemption? The decision clawed at him, and for the first time, he felt the weight of his choices pressing down like a mountain. In that critical moment, the skies broke open, unleashing a torrent of rain that mingled with the rising tide of emotions. Narakasura stood at the edge of an abyss, teetering between the monumental choice of embracing the light or plunging deeper into darkness. The gods watched, hearts pounding in shared uncertainty as the fate of the demon, and perhaps the very world, hung precariously in the balance. And as the storm raged on, the echoes of Narakasura's past merged with the shadows of his present, creating a cacophony of longing and despair, a moment that would define not just a demon, but the essence of humanity itself. The night wore on, heavy with possibility, thick with the promise of transformation, yet still shrouded in the uncertainties of what lay ahead. A cold wind howled through the darkened forest, rustling the leaves like whispers of ancient spirits. Shadows danced between the trees, and the air crackled with an unsettling energy. In this realm, where the weight of the past pressed heavily against the present, the cries of the innocent were drowned out by the laughter of demons. It was here that Kalika, the fierce warrior goddess, poised herself against the encroaching darkness, her heart aflame with the righteous fury of countless souls tormented by evil. Kalika's magnificent form, draped in a cloak of midnight blue, shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her eyes, fierce and piercing, reflected the wisdom of ages past. They held the stories of countless battles fought, where the forces of light clashed violently against the shadows of malevolence. With each step, the ground beneath her feet trembled as if recognizing the power that surged through her veins. She was no mere goddess. She was the embodiment of vengeance, the shield for the oppressed, and the harbinger of divine justice. The stories of Kalika had traveled through the centuries, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. Tales spoke of her birth from the fierce goddess Durga, who, after vanquishing the buffalo demon Mahishasura, needed a fearsome force to combat the chaos that remained. Kalika was born from the wrath and energy of the deities, a warrior forged in the fires of battle, ready to confront the demons that lurked in the shadows of the world. The demons, reveling in their reign of terror, had begun to gather in dark corners, plotting their next moves. They thrived on fear, growing stronger with the despair they sowed. Townsfolk whispered of strange occurrences, cattle going missing, crops withering under an unrelenting sun, children disappearing into the night. The air was thick with an unsettling dread, a feeling that something had to change, something had to fight back. Kalika appeared as a blazing comet in the night sky, her presence an omen of hope. With her fierce determination, she summoned her loyal companions, the fierce spirits of warriors who had long since departed from the mortal realm. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, a unity of purpose to confront the darkness that threatened to consume everything. Each spirit brought with it tales of valor, their energies intertwining with Kalika's, creating a formidable force that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As she stood against the backdrop of a blood-red moon, Kalika raised her sword, its blade gleaming with the light of countless victories. She could feel the heartbeat of the earth resonating with her own, a reminder of the lives that had been lost, the innocence that had been shattered. She was not just fighting for herself. She was fighting for every soul that had been silenced, every cry for help that had gone unheard. In the distance, the demons emerged, their eyes glinting with malice, their laughter echoing like a chilling melody. They believed themselves invincible. And why wouldn't they? They had terrorized the lands for ages, feeding off fear and chaos. But they had not counted on Kalika's wrath. With a roar that shook the very ground, she charged forward, her spirits at her side, each strike of their weapons illuminating the darkness that had engulfed the land. The clash of steel against steel resonated like thunder as Kalika fought with a ferocity that could turn the tide of any battle. With every swing of her sword she carved through the fog of despair, each blow a testament to her unwavering spirit. The demons found themselves not just facing a goddess, but the embodiment of every person who had suffered under their tyranny. The ground beneath them churned, alive with the energy of her righteous anger as their laughter began to falter, overtaken by the sheer force of her will. Kalika's breath was steady, her heart unwavering, as she remembered the faces of the innocent, the hearts that had cried out for justice. With each fallen demon, she felt their spirits rise, joining the chorus of the vengeful. The battlefield was a cacophony of sounds, clashing swords, anguished cries, and the wails of the fallen. But through it all, Kalika's focus never wavered. She was a whirlwind of strength, light and determination, a force that even the darkest of demons could not withstand. The battle raged on, a tempest of emotions and energy swirling around her. Her body moved with grace and power, a beautiful dance of destruction and salvation. Yet no victory came without its price. With each slash, each victory, Kalika felt a weight settle on her shoulders, the burden of a never-ending fight against forces that would never relent. But she knew that as long as there was darkness, there would be a need for a warrior like her, a beacon of hope amid despair. The demons, sensing their impending defeat, rallied and began to retreat into the shadows, their laughter replaced by desperate howls. Kalika pressed forward, her spirit unyielding, a fierce determination glimmering in her eyes. But even as she pushed onward, she felt the shadows closing in around her, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The demons would regroup, they would return, stronger and more vicious than before. In this eternal duel of light and dark, there could be no respite. And yet, as Kalika stood amidst the remnants of the battle, the echoes of bravery resonating in the air, she felt the unmistakable stirrings of hope. The light had penetrated the darkness, if only for a moment, and her heart ignited with the knowledge that she was not alone. The spirits of the fallen warriors surrounded her, their whispers of encouragement wrapping around her like a warm embrace. But even as she savored this fleeting victory, a chilling realization crept in. The fight would continue. The demons would be back, and they would come with a vengeance. Kalika tightened her grip on her sword. The struggle against evil had to be met with unwavering resolve, and she was ready. The echoes of the past rang in her ears, a reminder of all that had been lost and all that still needed to be protected. With her spirit burning bright, Kalika prepared to embrace the challenges ahead, knowing that the battle against demonic forces was far from over. She would rise again, empowered by the cries for justice, emboldened by every soul who had ever faced the darkness. A whisper of fate swirled around her, hinting at the trials yet to come, the battles still waiting to be fought. The journey, with all its sorrows and triumphs, was only just beginning. In a time when gods and demons danced along the thin line between chaos and order, the air crackled with tension beneath the oppressive heat of the sun. A colossal figure loomed on the horizon, his shadow stretching like an omen over the land. Bali, the demon king, with his fierce red skin and eyes that glowed with a fiery intensity, was both feared and revered. But what lay beneath that fearsome exterior was a tapestry of emotions, woven from the threads of loss, ambition, and a desperate craving for acceptance. As children whispered stories of his terrifying conquests, Bali sat alone in his grand palace, lost in thought. The walls echoed with the clattering of his warriors celebrating victories in the distant halls, yet a suffocating silence enveloped him. He was king of demons, yet he felt like a ghost haunting the very throne he had fought so hard to claim. Memories of a distant past flickered through his mind, fragmented like shards of broken glass. He remembered the laughter of his family, the warmth of their embraces. It was a time before he had donned the crown of darkness, before he had become a figure of dread. The whispers of his people regarded him as ruthless and cruel, but only Bali knew the truth. Each war he waged was not simply a quest for power, it was an attempt to prove himself worthy of a love he believed was lost forever. His father had been a mighty king, and Bali had strived to surpass him, to carve a legacy that would not fade into the shadows of history. But in the pursuit of that ambition, he had become the very monster the world feared. The irony stung like a sharp blade, yet he wore his title with a heavy heart, believing it was the only path carved for him. In the flickering torchlight of his chamber, the shadows danced and twisted, mirroring the turmoil within him. Bali often thought of his mother, whose gentle laughter had once filled their home with warmth. She had seen the good within him, had dreamed of a world where he could be both a king and a protector. Her memory was a bittersweet melody that played in his mind, a haunting reminder of what he had sacrificed. As he gazed into the mirror, the reflection staring back seemed alien, a stranger dressed in the trappings of darkness. One fateful day, a fierce battle erupted at the edge of his kingdom. The clash of steel rang through the air like the tolling of funeral bells. Bali stood at the forefront, his heart pounding with the adrenaline of war, yet a part of him recoiled. Among the enemies, he spotted a young warrior, her spirit fierce, her courage unmatched. There was something in her gaze that drew him in, something that whispered of possibilities long thought extinguished. As their eyes met, time stood still. She was not simply another foe to conquer, she represented everything he had lost and everything he longed for. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him, mingled with the shadows of regret. But the weight of his title bore down on him like a mountain, and he could not afford to show weakness. With a heavy heart, he raised his sword, yet as he brought it down, he hesitated. His hands trembled, caught in a conflict of duty and desire. The young warrior saw his struggle. In her defiance, she found a spark of humanity beneath the layers of darkness. What if this demon king was not simply a monster, but a man trapped in a cycle of despair? Her bravery pierced through the veil of his hardened exterior, and Bali felt the walls around his heart begin to crack. In the heat of battle, he saw not an enemy but a reflection of the hope he had nearly buried under the weight of his past. The sword clanged as he diverted his strike, a choice that rippled through the battlefield like a shockwave. Gasps echoed around them, confusion settling in the air. Bali's warriors stared in disbelief. Their king, the demon king, was sparing an enemy. In that moment, a seed of rebellion took root in Bali's heart. It pulsed with the promise of a different path. A path of redemption, perhaps. But redemption came with a price. The whispers of his warriors turned into shouts of betrayal. As they rallied against him, Bali felt the weight of their expectations crash down upon him. He was the demon king, a figure they had trusted to lead them to glory, not doubt. Yet, as he caught the young warrior's gaze, he knew that the battle within him was far more significant than the fight outside. Days turned into weeks, and the turmoil within Bali only grew. The battle was not just against the enemies at his gates, but against the chains of expectation that bound him. He wandered through the darkened halls of his palace, haunted by the echoes of choices he had made. The laughter of his warriors faded, replaced by a silence that gnawed at his soul. He had been crowned with glory, yet loneliness settled over him like a shroud. Then, beneath the pale light of the moon, he ventured into the forest, seeking solace among the trees that had witnessed his rise and torment. Each step felt heavy, weighed down by his past and the choices he'd yet to make. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground, patterns that mirrored the complexity of his own heart. Bali dropped to his knees, the earth cool beneath him, and for the first time in years he cried. Tears rolled down his cheeks, releasing a torrent of emotions long suppressed. Anger, sorrow, regret, they all poured out, soaking the earth where he knelt. As the moon shone brightly, he felt a flicker of hope once more. Perhaps it was not too late to change, to redefine what it meant to be a king. With that thought, a new chapter began to unfold, one that intertwined with destiny, love, and the struggle between light and darkness, a battle that was far from over. And so, the tale of Bali continued, an intricate dance between the man he had become and the king he was destined to be. In the shadows, the echoes of his past lingered, while the possibilities of tomorrow stretched out before him, endless. The line between hero and villain blurred as the war within him raged on, an unending quest for redemption that could either save him or consume him whole. A chill swept through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms on the crumbling stone of the ancient stronghold. Silence enveloped the valley, broken only by the distant howl of the wind, carrying whispers of tales long forgotten. Legends spoke of demon kings, rulers whose power was both miraculous and terrifying, their very presence a test for those brave enough to challenge their might. In this twilight, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness yet imbued with an aura of resilience. His name was Alaric, a warrior forged in the fires of battle, where screams echoed and blood stained the earth. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if it too recognized the weight of this confrontation. It was said that the demon kings thrived on hubris, on the folly of those who believed they could outwit the shadows that cloaked their thrones. Alaric had come equipped not only with weapons but with the wisdom of ages. He had studied the rise and fall of countless kings, each story a thread in the tapestry of history woven with ambition and despair. He remembered the tale of King Ashar, whose pride turned him into a grotesque figure, ruling over a desolate land where only echoes of laughter remained. The once great kingdom had crumbled beneath his arrogance, its people a mere memory. In the stillness of this moment, Alaric pondered whether he too would become another story, another cautionary tale in the annals of time. The path ahead twisted into the darkened cavern where the demon king awaited. His throne, a makeshift seat carved from jagged rock, adorned with trophies of fallen foes. The air inside was thick with the stench of old blood and the weight of despair. Alaric's heart raced, resonating with the pounding of drums that heralded his arrival. He was no fool. He understood that confronting a demon king was a test not just of strength, but of spirit. The shadows seemed to whisper, warning him of the dangers that lay ahead. As he stepped into the flickering light, the demon king emerged, a figure cloaked in darkness, eyes blazing with a malice that sent icy tendrils of fear creeping down Alaric's spine. The king laughed, a sound like shattering glass, echoing through the cavern. "You think you can challenge me, mortal? Your strength is nothing against the abyss that I command." Alaric clenched his fists, the heat of anger igniting within him. Strength is not solely in muscle, but in resolve. You thrive on the fears of others, but I am not here to be another pawn in your twisted game. Each word was a declaration, a challenge that pierced the thick veil of darkness that surrounded them. The Demon King's smile faltered for a fraction of a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He had faced many warriors, but rarely did one come with such conviction. "Then let us see how your resolve holds up against the tests I shall impose. Let the games begin." The cavern shifted, reality warping as the ground transformed into an arena of horrors. Illusions of Alaric's past unfolded before him, visions of friends lost, of battles fought and won at great cost, and the faces of those who had fallen by his side, their eyes pleading for redemption. Each image struck like a dagger, twisting in his heart. "You are haunted by your failures," the Demon King hissed, his voice echoing off the walls, "and that is your greatest weakness." But Alaric stood firm, drawing strength from the memories that threatened to drown him. Each face he saw was a reminder of what he fought for: justice, honor, the very essence of humanity that the demon king sought to extinguish. "I am not defined by my failures," he shouted, breaking the chains of doubt that sought to bind him. "I stand for those who cannot stand for themselves." With those words, the shadows recoiled and the ground trembled beneath the weight of the confrontation. The arena shifted once more, and the air crackled with energy as the Demon King unleashed his fury. A maelstrom of darkness swirled around, forming tendrils that lashed out, seeking to ensnare Alaric. He ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the grasping shadows, his heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos surrounding him. As the battle raged, Alaric found himself confronted not only by external forces but also by the shadows within: doubt, fear, and the insatiable thirst for power that had brought many to ruin. He recalled the tale of Gaius, a once noble king who had succumbed to greed, dooming his people to a fate worse than death. With each strike he made against the Demon King, Alaric fought not just for survival but to uphold the very essence of humanity against the tide of hubris. "This is not a game of strength," he shouted through the tempest, "but of will." And with that declaration he plunged forward into the storm, fueled by a resolve that no darkness could extinguish. The cavern roared with the clash of light against shadow, a symphony of battle that echoed through the ages. Yet, as the battle intensified, the realization washed over Alaric like a cold wave. The Demon King was not merely an adversary, but a reflection of the darkest corners of his own soul. With every blow, he was forced to confront the ambition that lingered within him, the thirst for greatness that could lead him down a similar path of ruin. The weight of potential and peril hung heavy in the air. The lines of good and evil blurred in a dance of power and hubris. The cavern pulsed with energy, a living entity that responded to their struggle. Alaric could feel the eyes of history upon him, ancient souls watching how he would choose to wield his fate. Would he succumb to the seduction of power, or rise above the darkness that beckoned? The Demon King's laughter filled the space, a chilling sound that echoed in the deepest chambers of Alaric's mind. "You think you can rise above it all. You are but a flicker in the night, destined to be snuffed out." But within him burned a fire that could not be extinguished. He recalled the stories of those who had triumphed over darkness, those who had sacrificed everything for the greater good. Alaric clenched his fists tighter, determination surging through him. He would not let the Demon King claim victory over his spirit. As the shadows coiled closer, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness, illuminating Alaric's path. He lunged forward, ready to confront the hubris that had nearly consumed him, the heart of the battle reaching a fever pitch. There, in that moment, destiny awaited, its grip tightening as the clash of power and hubris spiraled toward an inevitable conclusion, pulling him deeper into the dark embrace of fate. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the earth, revealing a world where primal fears slithered just beneath the surface. In ancient times, when firelight flickered against walls of stone, the serpent emerged from darkness, coiling its way through the minds of men. It was a creature both revered and feared, a symbol of temptation that whispered sweet nothings into the ears of the unsuspecting. This was no ordinary creature. It was a demonic representation that sent shivers down spines and ignited the imaginations of civilizations across the ages. From the earliest days of humankind, the snake held a duality that was as magnetic as it was terrifying. In Mesopotamia, where the first stories took root, the serpent was a harbinger of chaos, associated with the goddess Tiamat, who represented the primordial ocean. Her furious battles against the gods were reflected in the sinuous form of the snake, embodying the wild, untamable aspects of nature. As the sun set on the ancient world, the snake became a symbol of darkness, a creature lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. In the fertile lands of Egypt, the serpent took on a different guise. The uraeus, a stylized representation of the cobra, adorned the crowns of the pharaohs, representing sovereignty, protection, and divine authority. Yet, beneath that regal exterior lay the potential for destruction. When the pharaohs were seen as gods on earth, the snake's dual nature mirrored their own, capable of both benevolence and wrath. The very same creature that shielded the kingdom could unleash a deadly venom on its enemies. This duality sent a chilling reminder that power came with a price, a lesson steeped in blood and betrayal. As time marched on, the Greeks embraced the snake as both protector and predator. In mythology, Asclepius, the god of healing, wielded the serpent as a symbol of medicine and rebirth. The caduceus, entwined by two serpents, became a sign of commerce and negotiation. Yet, lurking in the shadows of these benevolent figures was the snake of deceit. The very creature that brought healing also bore the potential for manipulation, a reminder that in every act of kindness there could be an undertone of danger. Then came the Christian era, where the serpent slithered into a new narrative of evil. In the Garden of Eden, it was the snake that coaxed Eve to taste the forbidden fruit, forever linking the creature to sin and damnation. This story reverberated through time, transforming the snake into a diabolical figure. It became synonymous with temptation, its forked tongue whispering lies that led to humanity's fall. The image of the serpent wrapped around the tree of knowledge became a haunting symbol, a reflection of the struggle between good and evil that resides within us all. In medieval Europe, the snake morphed yet again, embodying the very essence of the demonic. Artists painted vivid scenes of hell, where serpents writhed among the damned, showcasing their role as tormentors. The snake became a creature of nightmares, an incarnation of the devil himself. Images of the serpent entwined with wickedness were splashed across stained glass and illuminated manuscripts, instilling fear in the hearts of believers. This portrayal carved a path through history, entwining the snake with visions of the abyss, a reminder of the darkness that could consume even the purest of souls. In the 17th century, the witch hunts gripped Europe, and the snake re-emerged as a symbol of witchcraft and sorcery. Accused women were described as having familiar spirits in the form of serpents, creatures that whispered dark secrets and led them astray. The snake became an emblem of the unknown, a demonic presence in the minds of the fearful. Tales of witches flying through the night with their serpent companions fueled the flames of hysteria, leading to trials and tragic fates. The tension in the air was thick with fear, a pulse that raced through villages where shadows lurked, ever watchful. As the world turned towards enlightenment and reason, the snake slithered into the fringes of thought, yet it never truly disappeared. The fascination with this creature continued, weaving through folklore and modern tales. In literature and film, the serpent remains a powerful symbol of temptation and danger. Characters like the cunning villain or the seductive femme fatale often carry the essence of the snake, reminding us of the thin line between allure and malevolence. Even today, the snake coils around the psyche of humanity. In cultures around the globe, it exists as a powerful symbol. In India, for instance, the Nagas, serpent deities, are both revered and feared. They represent fertility and water, but also possess the ability to bring drought and famine. This dichotomy continues to evoke emotion, a reflection of the complexities of existence. All these representations flow together, creating a tapestry rich in history and fraught with tension. Each thread tells a story of humanity's struggle with its own darkness, a dance with the demonic that forces one to confront the inherent duality of our nature. The snake, as a symbol, slithers through our minds, nudging at the corners of our fears and desires. It beckons us to recognize the shadows within ourselves, whispering reminders that what we seek is often entwined with what we dread. As the night deepens, the serpent waits, coiled and patient, ready to strike or to heal, depending on the hand that holds it. It is both a gift and a curse, a reflection of our deepest fears and most profound desires. The darkness dances in the moonlight, and the tension hangs thick in the air, a prelude to the stories yet to unfurl. The serpent, forever entwined in the fabric of existence, continues its silent watch, waiting for the next tale to unfold, the next moment of truth to emerge from the shadows. A chilling wind swept through the ancient forest, carrying whispers of lost souls and the weight of unfulfilled destinies. In the shadows, a figure loomed, cloaked not just in darkness but in the very fabric of mortality itself. Yama, the god of death, stood tall, his presence both terrifying and commanding. A harbinger of fate in a world trembling at the edge of the unknown. He was more than just a deity, he was the gatekeeper to the afterlife, the architect of despair, and the guardian of the cosmic balance. Yama had a face that could freeze flames, yet there was a strange allure to his gaze. It held the promise of answers to life's greatest mysteries, the fate of the living, the sins of the departed, and the unending cycle of life and death. Legends spoke of him with reverence and dread. People would whisper his name in hushed tones, for to invoke Yama was to acknowledge the fragility of existence. He ruled not only over the realm of the dead, but also commanded the dreaded demonic realm, where tormented spirits roamed, forever trapped in a twilight of agony and regret. In the annals of history, Yama was depicted with a fearsome visage, his eyes like molten gold, burning with the wisdom of ages. As the chariot of time rolled on, he became a figure feared by kings and commoners alike, a constant reminder that all paths, no matter how glorious, would eventually lead to him. In ancient texts, his stories intertwined with the fates of heroes and villains, weaving a dark tapestry of morality that echoed through generations. Every soul that departed from the living world had to face him, the inevitable reckoning. Those who had led honorable lives found peace in his presence, while those who had strayed into darkness shuddered at the thought of their judgment. Yama's scales weighed hearts against the feather of truth, a measure of justice that transcended mortal understanding. The tales of those who faced him, some trembling in fear, others begging for mercy, etched themselves into the hearts of all who dared to listen. But Yama was not merely a figure of punishment. He had a role to play in the cosmic narrative, a guardian of the cycle of life. He guided the deceased along the path to the afterlife, leading them past the rivers of forgetfulness and through fields of reflection. It was within this sacred journey that the souls came to terms with their lives, confronting their actions with a clarity that burned deeper than any regret. Yama watched, ever vigilant, ensuring that no soul strayed from the path destined for them. Yet his connection to the demonic realm added a layer of complexity to his existence. Here, the tormented spirits of the damned roamed freely, their anguished cries echoing through the caverns of despair. Yama was both their warden and their judge, a paradox wrapped in enigma. The demonic realm was a reflection of humanity's darkest fears and desires, a chilling mirror to the hidden sins that lay within every heart. It was a place where hope flickered like a dying candle, often extinguished by the weight of past choices. Within this chaotic dominion, Yama wielded power that was both feared and respected. He was the master of the demons, commanding their allegiance while holding them in check. In the age-old tales, Yama would send forth his fearsome emissaries to collect the souls of the wicked, those who had forsaken their humanity in their relentless pursuit of power or vengeance. The demons, fierce and grotesque, were his enforcers, collecting the wayward souls and dragging them into the depths of torment, where despair was eternal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the weight of Yama's influence was palpable. A village shrouded in mist lay in his path, its inhabitants blissfully unaware of the lurking presence that watched over them. They laughed and danced, filling the air with joy, yet every heartbeat drew them closer to that fateful moment when Yama would come to collect. The laughter rang hollow, an echo of lives lived, unaware of the reckoning that awaited them. In one corner of the village, a young woman named Leela felt an unshakable chill creep into her bones. She had always sensed the presence of something greater, a force guiding her steps, yet she couldn't place its origin. The tales of Yama lingered in her mind, tales of fate and judgment. She felt an inexplicable pull toward the ancient forest, where legends whispered of encounters with the god of death. Drawn by a force she couldn't comprehend, she ventured into the woods, her heart racing with every step. With each footfall, the atmosphere thickened, the air heavy with anticipation. The leaves rustled ominously, and a voice, both haunting and mesmerizing, seemed to beckon her deeper into the shadows. Leela's breath quickened, a mixture of fear and curiosity bubbling within her. What awaited her? Was it an encounter with destiny, or was it doom that lurked just beyond her vision? As she stood at the edge of a clearing, the darkness parted, revealing Yama in all his terrifying glory. His figure was bathed in an eerie light, casting an otherworldly glow that sent shivers down her spine. The moment felt suspended in time, her heart pounding in her chest as she locked eyes with the ancient deity. He was not just a man. He was a force, an inevitable truth that held the universe in its balance. "Why have you come, child of the living?" His voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the trees, shaking the very ground beneath her feet. She opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. All she could feel was the weight of existence pressing upon her shoulders, the enormity of her choices enveloping her like a cloak of shadows. Yama stepped closer, the air crackling with energy. As if the very fabric of reality trembled at his approach. In that instant, Leela saw visions flash before her eyes, moments of joy, sorrow, love, and regret, weaving together the tapestry of her life. Every decision, every hope, every fear came rushing back to her. In Yama's gaze, she understood the unyielding truth. Life was ephemeral, a mere breath in the grand scheme of eternity. The chilling realization gripped her heart. The boundaries between life and death, the living and the tormented, blurred as Yama's presence enveloped her in a shroud of inevitability. In that moment, she felt alive yet acutely aware of her mortality, a fragile thread that could be severed at any instant. The dance between light and darkness played out before her, and she stood at the precipice, caught between two worlds, her heart racing with emotions that threatened to overwhelm her very soul. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit room, an old woman conjured whispers from the depths of her past, her gnarled hands trembling as she traced the outline of a dusty book. Each page, yellowed with age, echoed with the haunting tales of demons that had danced through her village for generations. The air thickened with tension. The tales held a strange power, a dark allure that could ensnare the bravest of hearts. Demons, it seemed, had no shortage of imagination. In the creaking corners of ancient homes, they lurked, waiting for the unsuspecting to let down their guard. Every culture spun its own unique tapestry of these malevolent beings, weaving them into the fabric of folklore and tradition. The people who lived near the mountains spoke of the churls, lost souls with disheveled hair and backwards feet, luring men with their beauty, only to reveal their true, terrifying nature. The mere mention of their names sent shivers down spines as stories of encounters turned into whispered warnings passed from one fearful neighbor to the next. Even in the chill of a wintry night, when snow blanketed the earth like a shroud, the stories would emerge. Tales of the wicked Mokelembembe in the Congo, an enormous creature lurking in the depths of the rivers, left the children wide-eyed and clinging to their mothers. They spoke of how it arose from the water, its massive form casting shadows that swallowed the light. As the fire crackled, the atmosphere grew thick with suspense, every child's heart pounding with the thrill of fear, yet longing for more. In the heart of Europe, the old hag crept into the dreams of the unsuspecting, suffocating their breath with her weight. The villagers knew to be careful during the witching hour. Some claimed she was a harmless specter, while others whispered that she was a demon sent to steal their souls as they slept. Once, a brave young man decided to confront her, armed only with a silver dagger and sheer determination. But as he drifted into slumber, the pressure on his chest became unbearable, and he awoke screaming, forever haunted by the knowledge that some demons were best left undisturbed. Yet not all demons wore their darkness like a cloak. In Japan, the yokai roamed freely, shape-shifting into everyday objects or tricksters that could either bring fortune or mischief. A mischievous tanuki, with its ability to transform, could befriend travelers, only to lead them astray. These beings, confusing in their morality, reminded the people that life itself was a delicate balance between good and evil. The laughter of the tanuki echoed through the ages, a sound that could chill the bone or warm the soul, depending on the intentions of those who encountered it. During moonlit nights, children in the Indian subcontinent would gather around their grandmothers, eyes wide in anticipation. The stories of the Bhuta, spirits of the restless dead, rose like smoke, each tale a warning of the dangers lurking in the dark. The Bhuta could possess the living, seeking vengeance for wrongs done to them in life. The children trembled in delight and fear, a potent mix that left them yearning for more even as they huddled closer to the flickering flames. Each story, each whispered threat of a demon, punctuated the air with electric anticipation, binding them to their ancestors, their culture. What did it mean to be human in a world filled with such beings? It was this question that haunted the old woman as she turned the pages of her book, the words dancing in and out of focus. Often she felt the weight of the demons in her own life. Each story was a reflection, a mirror that revealed the darkness that resided within her and within everyone else. They were not just tales of horror, they were the embodiment of fears, regrets, and the shadows we cast upon ourselves. The boundaries between reality and myth blurred, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of society. With every tale shared and every warning whispered, the influence of these demons seeped into daily life. They taught lessons, evoked caution, and demanded respect for the unseen forces that governed the universe. From the dark woods that beckoned the curious to the ancient hills that held secrets of forgotten battles, the presence of demons loomed large, a reminder that the world is a place of mystery and peril just beyond one's doorstep. As the old woman's breath quickened, the stories began to mingle with her own memories. She recalled the chilling wind that howled through her village one fateful night, the moon hanging low like a giant eye watching over the land. It was the night they spoke of the jinn, spirits that could grant wishes but at a terrible price. She had heard tales of those who had been granted their heart's desire only to lose everything else: love, family, sanity. The fine line between hope and despair danced tantalizingly close, and she had felt its pull, wishing she could escape the grasp of her own demons. In the quiet of her room, her heart raced as she recalled her own encounter with the shadowy figures that haunted her dreams. The figures flickered like flames, mischievous yet menacing, teasing her with glimpses of what could be. It was then that she understood. These stories, weaving through the generations, were not just simple tales. They were the very essence of human experience, capturing the complexity of existence, the joy, the sorrow, and everything in between. Outside, the wind howled like the demons of her stories, a chilling reminder that they were never truly gone, just waiting to be invited back into the light. The old woman closed her eyes, surrendering to the memories that flowed through her like a river, each tale a tributary leading to the vast ocean of human consciousness. She could feel the weight of the ages pressing down upon her, the stories of her ancestors merging with her own, the dance of light and shadow forever entwined. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shapes on the wall, and with each passing moment, the tension grew. The unseen were always near, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, waiting for the next storyteller to breathe new life into their ancient tales. As she opened her eyes, the room felt charged, electric with the stories that clamored to be told, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of human experience. In that moment, she realized that the cycle of storytelling would never truly end. It would only evolve, weaving the past into the present, carrying the influence of demons into the very core of existence. The air crackled with electricity as shadows danced across jagged cliffs. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a cataclysm. A rumbling echoed through the valley, a warning of the approaching storm, both in the skies and within the hearts of those who dared to witness the cosmic clash between the demon king Madhu and the forces of light. Madhu, a being of insatiable hunger and unyielding ambition, stood at the pinnacle of his power. His skin shimmered like molten gold under the baleful gaze of the 3 moons hanging in the sky, their light casting eerie shadows on the blood-soaked ground beneath him. Legends spoke of his origin, born from the union of darkness and despair, a demon forged in the fires of ambition. His laughter, like thunder, echoed through the hills, sending shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. Yet, even in his triumph, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. The prophecy whispered by ancient sages had haunted him. A being of radiant light would rise to challenge him. Madhu dismissed it as mere myth, but the gnawing fear would not leave him. It grew like a thorn in his side, igniting an insatiable rage within him as he prepared to unleash his fury upon the world. As the horizon darkened, the sky split open, revealing a blinding flash of pure light. From this brilliance emerged the champion, a warrior clad in shimmering armor, adorned with symbols of hope and valor. This was Vishnu, the preserver of the universe, sent to restore balance to a world on the brink of despair. The sight of him inspired awe. His presence radiated warmth that could melt the coldest hearts. Yet even as he descended, there was an unmistakable tension in the air, a palpable fear that mirrored Madhu's own unease. The 2 forces met in a tumultuous clash that shook the very foundations of the earth. Energy crackled like wildfire, swirling around them in a dazzling display of light and shadow. Madhu's fiery gaze locked onto Vishnu's serene countenance, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze, a moment stretched into eternity, the weight of their destinies hanging in the balance. In that instant, memories flooded Madhu's mind, visions of his rise to power, the countless souls he'd consumed, the fear he had instilled across kingdoms. Each life taken had only fed his insatiable hunger for dominance. But now, faced with Vishnu, the embodiment of hope, Madhu felt something he had long forgotten: fear. With a roar that shook the heavens, Madhu summoned his powers, dark tendrils of energy spiraling outward, seeking to engulf Vishnu in shadow. But Vishnu stood firm, raising his hand, summoning a barrier of light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The clash of energies sent shockwaves through the land, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to swell. As the battle raged on, each blow exchanged between the 2 titans resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing through valleys and forests. Madhu unleashed waves of demonic beasts, twisted creatures born of nightmares, but Vishnu countered with celestial warriors, their forms radiant and ethereal. Each clash, each cry of battle was a testament to the struggle between despair and hope, darkness and light. Madhu's heart raced with fury and determination, but deep within, a flicker of doubt lingered. The ancient texts had foretold of this confrontation, a cosmic battle that would determine the fate of not just one world but countless realms beyond. And yet, as he fought, he began to sense something extraordinary. The tide was shifting. The energy surrounding Vishnu pulsed with an unyielding strength, a force that grew stronger with each heartbeat. Vishnu, unperturbed, pressed forward. His eyes, deep pools of wisdom and compassion, met Madhu's fiery glare. In that moment, Madhu saw not just a foe, but a reflection of what he could never become. The warmth of Vishnu's light cut through the darkness that had consumed him for so long, igniting long-buried emotions, a longing for connection, for a sense of belonging that he had sacrificed in his relentless pursuit of power. "Why do you fight?" Vishnu's voice rang out, calm and yet piercing through the chaos. "There is more to existence than dominance. You can choose to change, to seek redemption." Madhu felt the weight of those words settle over him, a cloak of doubt wrapped tightly around his heart. He had never considered another path, had never allowed himself to imagine what it could mean to step away from the darkness. With every strike, every clash, he fought not just Vishnu but the very essence of his own despair. The battle raged on, but now it was interlaced with moments of hesitation, pauses filled with questions that lingered in the air like smoke. The ground beneath them trembled, a living entity caught in the throes of their struggle. With each moment of uncertainty, the tides of fate began to shift, a delicate balance swaying perilously toward hope. As the celestial warriors and demonic beasts clashed around them, Madhu could feel his resolve wavering. The echoes of Vishnu's words echoed in his mind, mingling with the raging storm of emotions that swirled within him. All at once, he was no longer just a demon king battling for dominance, but a forsaken soul, yearning for something he could scarcely name. He launched himself at Vishnu with renewed fervor, a tempest of rage and confusion. But as their powers collided once more, a blinding flash illuminated the battlefield, revealing a truth that would forever alter the course of their fight. In that moment, both warriors understood that this was not just a battle of strength but a cosmic test. A test of wills, of hearts, and of destinies intertwined in ways neither could have anticipated. In the distance, the echoes of their clash continued to resonate, a promise of a fate yet to be written, a dance of shadows and light spiraling into infinity. Fog rolled across the darkened hills, shrouding the village below in a veil of mystery. The air was thick with apprehension as the townsfolk whispered about the shadows lurking in the thickets. Every rustle of leaves sent a shiver down their spines, for they believed that the very geography of their land twisted their fears into something monstrous. What if the hills held secrets far older than their own existence? What if the rivers, winding like serpents through the valleys, concealed spirits that were once human but had become something else entirely? In many cultures, the landscape has painted the backdrop for tales of demons and dark spirits. In the icy terrains of Scandinavia, the Norse spoke of the Draugr, undead beings who guarded treasure and haunted the living. The harsh, unforgiving winters shaped the belief in these cursed souls, creating a fear that transcended mere superstition. The biting cold, coupled with the isolation of snow-covered mountains, fueled imaginations, turning shadows into figures of terror. Further south, the deserts of the Middle East echoed with stories of jinn, entities born of smokeless fire. Here, the geography was not just a setting, but a powerful force that shaped the very nature of these beings. The vast, barren dunes instilled a sense of desolation, giving rise to tales of restless spirits who could grant wishes but also bring ruin. The sun-baked earth bore witness to countless stories, where the line between the living and the supernatural blurred under the relentless gaze of a scorching sun. On the rugged cliffs of Ireland, the ancient Celts spoke of the Sida, spirits that dwelled in the mounds and hills. The landscape itself became a canvas for their myths. Each hill, each stone, was imbued with the essence of the Fey folk, guardians of the earth and its secrets. When storms raged, they believed it was the Sida in turmoil, angered by the changing world. The rolling green hills, once tranquil, transformed into a battleground of unseen forces, where the cries of the wind echoed the lament of spirits trapped between realms. In the dense, shadowy forests of Eastern Europe, the tales of vampires arose, steeped in the geography of their surroundings. The dense thickets, where sunlight struggled to pierce through the canopy, nurtured fears of creatures that stalked the night. Villagers recounted chilling stories of the Strigoi, beings that could rise from their graves, leaving a trail of dread in their wake. These beliefs flourished, entwined with the dark, damp earth that seemed to breathe life into the undead. Across the ocean, in the heart of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs worshipped a pantheon of deities that danced between creation and destruction. The geography of their homeland, lush jungles and towering mountains, gave birth to the terrifying tales of Chupacabra, a creature that sucked the blood of livestock. The dense foliage served as both sanctuary and prison, a place where reality intertwined with the supernatural. Each rustle in the underbrush amplified their fears and sparked rumors, as the land itself seemed to conspire with the creatures of the night. In the highlands of Tibet, the mountains held their own set of demons, known as the Mamo. These spirits were seen as guardians of the land, but they could also unleash chaos if disrespected. The jagged peaks that towered over the valleys were more than just physical barriers. They were the very embodiment of the fierce spirits that demanded reverence. Travelers often spoke of encounters with these beings, their hearts racing as they recounted the chilling sounds echoing against the mountainsides. As the sun set behind the horizon, casting a purple hue over the land, the villagers of a small town in Japan lit lanterns in honor of their ancestors, but also as wards against the Yurei, spirits that roamed the earth, restless and unsatisfied. The geography of Japan, with its mountains and coastlines, had birthed these spectral tales. The cliffs overlooking the ocean, where many a soul had met a tragic end, whispered ghostly stories of love, betrayal, and unresolved fates. The waves crashing below seemed to call out the names of those lost, blending the real and the supernatural in a somber symphony. The geography of a land doesn't just shape its landscape, it molds the very fears and beliefs of its people. From the icy fjords of the north to the arid expanses of the south, every crag, every river, held the potential for myth and legend. And as the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, casting a pall over the earth. These ancient fears began to stir once again. What if the restless spirits of the past were not merely stories told by flickering candlelight, but echoes of a truth buried deep within the land? The villagers felt a chill run down their spines as they remembered the tales of old, each one stemming from the very geography that surrounded them. The hills whispered secrets under the glow of the moon, while the rivers carried the cries of forgotten souls. Each story, each demon, was a reflection of the land itself, its beauty and terror entwined like the roots of ancient trees. They could almost feel the weight of the history pressing down upon them, the gathering storm of emotions that came with every tale. As darkness settled, the villagers huddled closer to the fire, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Little did they know that the shadows were watching, waiting for the moment to reveal their truth. The geography that had shaped their fears was alive, and the night was just beginning. Each flicker of the flames echoed with the promise of untold stories, ready to unleash the horrors that lurked just beyond the edge of their understanding, drawing them ever deeper into the night's embrace. The fire crackled, the wind howled, and outside the land murmured its ancient secrets, beckoning them closer. In the cosmic dance of existence, where the universe breathes in the rhythms of creation and destruction, a vast theater unfolds. It is an age-old drama where gods and demons clash, their stories etched in the fabric of time. The air crackles with electric tension. As divine beings wield their powers against dark forces, each encounter a test of strength, cunning, and devotion. High atop the peaks of Mount Meru, a sacred mountain that pierces the heavens, the gods sit in council. Their luminous forms shine with an ethereal glow, each one a pillar of virtue and righteousness. Vishnu, with his gentle smile and calm demeanor, contemplates the balance of Dharma, the universal order. He knows that his role is more than mere observer. He is the preserver, the guardian tasked with maintaining harmony in a world teetering on the edge of chaos. But lurking in the shadows, the demons, the Asuras, plot their rise. Their power is intoxicating, seductive, Born from desire and ambition, they scheme to upset the balance the gods strive to protect. Ravana, the ten-headed king, embodies the very essence of darkness, a figure so powerful, so cunning, that even the gods tremble at the thought of his wrath. His laughter echoes through the halls of his dark fortress, a chilling sound that sends shivers through the cosmos. The tension escalates as the gods gather for a monumental event, the churning of the ocean of milk, a spectacle filled with peril and promise. They must unite to retrieve the nectar of immortality, Amrita, which lies hidden within the depths of the cosmic sea. The endeavor requires collaboration with their mortal enemies, the Asuras. The gods, who embody light, must join forces with the demons, those who are synonymous with darkness. It's a precarious alliance, fraught with danger, each side eyeing the other with suspicion and resentment. As they delve into the churning, the vast ocean roars to life. The reactions from the divine and demonic realms are palpable. The gods, clad in their vibrant silks, manifest waves of strength and valor, while the Asuras, dark and tempestuous, unleash their unyielding fury. The great serpent Vasuki, coiling around Mount Meru, becomes the rope that binds them together in this chaotic ballet. With each twist and turn of the churning, the ocean births wonders and horrors alike. Poison spews forth, a deadly venom that threatens to consume all. Shiva, the destroyer, stands firm, his throat turning blue as he swallows the poison to protect the cosmos from annihilation. The sacrifice of the god echoes through the hearts of the assembly. His selflessness ignites a flicker of hope in the midst of despair. But the Asuras remain shrouded in ambition, driven by greed. They yearn for the Amrita, ready to betray their celestial counterparts at a moment's notice. Their relentless pursuit unveils a deeper struggle, one that transcends mere power. It speaks to the human condition, the eternal battle between our higher aspirations and the darker impulses that dwell within. As the nectar of immortality finally emerges, shimmering like 1,000 suns, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. It is a moment suspended in time, where hope and fear collide. The gods, fragile but resilient, extend their hands toward the Amrita, while the Asuras, sensing victory within their grasp, move with primal force. A surge of desperation fuels both sides. Who will claim the nectar? Who will reign supreme? In the midst of this chaos, a figure steps forward, Durga, the warrior goddess. She embodies courage and compassion, a fierce protector of Dharma. With her lion by her side, she instills fear in the hearts of those who wish to disrupt the celestial order. Her presence is magnetic. Even the gods draw strength from her unwavering spirit. As the battle for the Amrita intensifies, her voice echoes like a clarion call, rallying the forces of good against the encroaching darkness. Yet there is more at play. The interplay between gods and demons is not merely a battle of physical might, but a reflection of humanity's internal struggles. Each character, whether divine or demonic, mirrors facets of our own existence. The longing for power, the thirst for redemption, and the yearning for truth weave a complex narrative that binds them all. In the throes of conflict, the churning ocean reveals not only the nectar, but also the wisdom that comes from embracing both light and dark. The gods and Asuras are connected in ways they cannot yet comprehend, their destinies intertwined like the strands of fate. The Amrita symbolizes not just immortality, but the potential for growth that lies in understanding and accepting the duality within all beings. As the first drops of nectar begin to shimmer in the hands of the gods, a surge of energy pulses through the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of existence. The Asuras, realizing the betrayal, roar in fury. The gods, emboldened by their newfound unity, prepare for a confrontation that will determine the fate of all creation. The air sizzles with magic, the balance of power teetering on the edge of a knife. The stage is set for an epic clash, a conflict that will echo through the ages and resonate in the hearts of mortals. The myths, heavy with emotion and rich with historical significance, remind us of the eternal dance between good and evil. The gods and demons, in their struggle, leave behind not only tales of war and triumph, but also the profound understanding that, in this universe, every being has a role to play. And as the Amrita glistens in the light, the churning of the ocean continues. Each wave a reminder of the perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. The story unfolds, an everlasting interplay that captivates minds and hearts, drawing them into a world where gods and demons forever dance in a cosmic embrace, a tale without an end, a saga that resonates through the ages. The air was thick with an uneasy tension as the old woman sat in the flickering candlelight, shadows dancing on the walls like lost souls. Her eyes, sharp and penetrating, held the weight of countless stories, the kind that whispered of ancient battles between light and darkness. In her frail hands she clutched a worn-out book, its pages yellowed and fragile, yet brimming with power. This was not an ordinary book. It contained mantras, sacred words that had been passed down through generations, words that held the strength to combat forces most would dare not even name. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows of the small cottage as if trying to break through the barrier of light. It was as if the very night were alive and restless, a reminder of the unseen battles that raged beyond the thin walls. The villagers knew the stories, tales of dark spirits that roamed the woods, preying on the unsuspecting, leaving despair in their wake. Fear clutched at their hearts, but here, in this dimly lit room, hope flickered like a candle's flame. The woman began to chant softly, her voice a melodic incantation that rose and fell like the tide. The sound was like a balm, soothing the frayed nerves of those who gathered around her. With each repetition of the mantra, the air seemed to shift, thickening with an almost tangible energy. The words, steeped in history, echoed the prayers of ancestors who had faced similar evils. They had stood against the darkness and found strength in these sacred syllables. The villagers leaned in closer, their faces illuminated by the dancing candlelight, eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder. They felt the vibrations of the woman's voice resonate within them, igniting a flicker of courage that had long been dormant. These mantras weren't mere chants, they were shields, powerful enough to ward off the shadows lurking just beyond the light. Each word was an invocation, a plea for protection that could harness the very essence of the universe. As she continued, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an electric anticipation. The old woman's voice rose, powerful and unwavering, as if she were calling upon the spirits of the past to assist them in their time of need. The villagers could almost see the light swirling around them, a protective barrier forming as she spoke. There was an ancient rhythm to her words, a heartbeat that resonated through time, connecting them to the great warriors of old who had faced demons of their own. The legends told of times when mantras were wielded like swords, sharp and unyielding against the darkness that sought to consume them. There were stories of mighty kings who led their armies into battle, chanting these sacred words to embolden their men, filling their hearts with bravery against the onslaught of evil. The old woman's voice brought those tales to life, and the villagers felt a stirring in their souls, as if the very essence of those warriors was alive within them. Suddenly, the wind outside shifted, and with it came a chilling silence. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances, sensing a change. It was as if the darkness had taken notice of their gathering, a lurking presence that hung just at the edge of their awareness. The candle flames flickered violently, casting long, eerie shadows that twisted and curled as if alive. The old woman's chant grew louder, more urgent, each word bursting forth with an intensity that filled the room with warmth and power. Then, in the midst of this charged atmosphere, a sudden crash resounded from beyond the cottage walls, an unmistakable sound of chaos. The villagers jumped, hearts racing as adrenaline surged through them. The woman paused, her gaze steady and fierce, sensing the encroaching darkness. With a swift motion, she lifted her hands, palms open, as if inviting the very essence of the words to flow through her. "By the power of the ancients, I call upon the divine light," she declared, her voice echoing with authority. The words tumbled from her lips like a waterfall, cascading through the room, filling every corner with light. The villagers could feel the warmth seeping into their bones, lifting their spirits, and for a moment they felt invincible. Outside, the wind howled louder, branches scratching against the walls like spectral fingers. The air crackled with energy as the old woman raised her voice higher, the mantras resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. "Shatru Vinashaya, Shanti Prapti." The words burst forth like thunder, a declaration against the darkness that threatened to invade their sanctuary. As if in response, a shadow loomed closer, a dark figure slinking through the trees just beyond the flickering glow of their cottage. The villagers pressed closer together, their hearts pounding in unison, fear and hope intertwining as they felt the power of the mantras wrap around them like a warm embrace. They closed their eyes, letting the rhythm of the words wash over them, drowning out the terror that clawed at the edges of their minds. In this moment, they were not just villagers, they were warriors, united against a common foe. The old woman's voice surged like a river, carrying them along, guiding them through the darkness with each powerful mantra. Memories of past battles flared in their minds, of heroes who had faced down the very forces of evil. They could almost see those ancient warriors standing with them, their spirits woven into the fabric of the words. The darkness paused, a mere breath away, sensing the tide turning. It recoiled, the shadows swirling and retreating as the mantras took hold, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The old woman chanted fiercely, her voice rising and falling like a battle cry, igniting a fire in the hearts of those gathered. The ancient words flowed through them, igniting a courage they didn't know they possessed. As the final syllables rang out, a stillness fell over the cottage, the oppressive weight of fear lifting like morning mist. The villagers stood in awe, eyes wide, hearts racing, feeling the lingering energy of the mantras enveloping them in warmth and safety. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, united by the power of those sacred words. But even as they breathed sighs of relief, a nagging sense of unease lingered. What else lurked just beyond the light? They could not shake the feeling that the night was far from over, that the shadows had merely retreated to regroup, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The old woman sensed it too. Her gaze shifted toward the door, the flickering candlelight casting uncertain shadows across her face, hinting at the battles still to come. And so, the villagers remained, their hearts a mix of hope and dread, the power of the mantras echoing in the air, a promise of protection, yet a reminder of the darkness that still lingered just outside their sanctuary, waiting. The sun dipped low on the jagged horizon, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms across the crumbling ruins of an ancient monastery. The air was thick with silence, a palpable tension that seemed to pulsate with the heartbeat of a forgotten time. This was a place where the spirit of asceticism had once flourished, where countless souls had fought against their inner demons, and where the echoes of their struggles still lingered, haunting the stones and whispering the truths of a relentless battle. In those hallowed halls, men and women stripped themselves of worldly comforts, seeking a higher purpose. They wore rough robes that scratched against their skin, their bodies weakened by fasting and penance, yet their spirits soared like eagles above the clouds. They believed that to conquer the demons within, they first had to confront the desires that clung to them like shadows. Among these weary ascetics was a young monk named Elias. His once cherubic face had grown gaunt, the lines of his suffering etched deeply into his skin. He had come to the monastery seeking peace, but found himself haunted by an ever-present darkness. At night, when the world fell silent, the demons of doubt and despair clawed at him, whispering insidious lies that echoed in the corridors of his mind. "You are not enough," they taunted. you will never find salvation." But Elias was resolute. Each day he rose before dawn, his breath misting in the cold air as he knelt on the stone floor, praying fervently for strength. He endured the bitter chill, the hunger that gnawed at his insides, and the loneliness that wrapped around him like a shroud. With every prayer, he felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, a fragile flame that battled against the oppressive shadows. As the days turned into weeks, Elias began to sense a profound shift within himself. The demons that had once tormented him began to retreat, their whispers growing fainter, overshadowed by the loud, unyielding voice of conviction that surged through his veins. It was as if each moment of sacrifice, each breath taken in pain, had forged a shield around his spirit. He recalled the words of the ancients. To conquer the evil outside, one must first conquer the evil within. In the depths of the monastery, where light barely pierced the gloom, legend spoke of a time when ascetics faced down tangible demons. They wielded their fasting and prayers as weapons, their resolve like iron, unyielding in the face of darkness. The story of the great ascetic, Saint Anthony, surfaced in Elias's mind, a figure of immense strength who had battled demons in the desert. It was said that he emerged victorious, not through brute force but through his unshakable faith and relentless discipline. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, bathing the monastery in a ghostly glow, Elias felt a surge of purpose. He ventured into the chapel, where flickering candles cast long, twisting shadows on the walls. There he poured out his heart, his voice trembling as he confronted his fears. The air crackled with an electric tension, and for a moment he felt as if the very walls were listening, absorbing his anguish. "Leave me," he cried out, his voice echoing in the stillness. "I will not be your prisoner." With each declaration, he envisioned the demons retreating further, banished by the sheer force of his will. In that moment of raw vulnerability, it was as if he could hear the layers of darkness peeling back, revealing a splendor buried deep within him. He was not merely battling the shadows of despair. He was illuminating the path to his own salvation. As the nights grew longer and the weight of his asceticism pressed down upon him, Elias began to see the power of community among the brethren. They shared in each other's trials, forming bonds that transcended the physical realm. They gathered in the chapel, their voices rising in unison, crafting an unbreakable force against the demons that sought to ensnare them. In their prayers, they found solace, and in each other they discovered strength. The support of kindred spirits was like a protective barrier, reinforcing their resolve against the encroaching darkness. But the demons were crafty, ever watchful. They began to take on new forms, creeping into the minds of the ascetics, sowing seeds of doubt and temptation. Elias watched as fellow monks, once steadfast in their faith, faltered under the weight of despair. He felt a pang of dread in his heart as he witnessed their struggles, realizing that the battle against demons was not just a solitary fight, but a collective endeavor. One fateful night, as a storm raged outside, shaking the very foundation of the monastery, Elias sensed an urgency within him. He gathered the monks, compelling them to confront their fears together. The air thrummed with tension as they shared their stories, each confession a dagger aimed at the heart of their shared demons. They spoke of their desires, their regrets, and the burdens they carried. With every word, they chipped away at the chains that bound them, unearthing the power of vulnerability. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting vibrant colors across the stone floor. Elias stood at the center of the chapel, surrounded by his brothers, their faces illuminated with newfound strength. Together they raised their voices in a collective prayer that reverberated through the walls, an anthem of resilience against the darkness. In that sacred moment, they became a fortress against the demons, each one fortified by the unwavering spirit of asceticism. But the demons were relentless, lurking just out of sight, always waiting for a moment of weakness. and as the sun rose higher, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Elias and his brethren prepared for the battles yet to come, their hearts beating in a rhythm of hope and defiance. The shadows still whispered, but now they were armed with a potent weapon, the unbreakable bond forged through shared suffering and unwavering faith, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. In a dimly lit temple tucked away in the dense jungles of Karnataka, the air crackled with an ancient energy that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. Shadows danced upon the stone walls, and the flickering flames of oil lamps cast eerie shapes that twisted and turned, as if alive. Here stood the idol of a fearsome demon, a guardian of stories long forgotten. His eyes, fierce yet sorrowful, reflected the eternal struggle between good and evil, a theme that resonated through every corner of Hindu mythology. Across the vast expanse of India, the tales of demons, or Asuras, varied dramatically. In some regions they were monstrous beings, grotesque and terrifying, but elsewhere they bore a more nuanced character, embodying the complexities of human emotions and desires. In the north, the fierce Ravana, with his 10 heads and unmatched strength, was a king who loved deeply, yet was consumed by jealousy. His story was one of ambition and downfall, painted vividly in the epic of the Ramayana, captivating audiences with the raw emotions of love and revenge. Yet, in the southern lands, tales of the same figure morphed into something softer, where Ravana became a scholar and a devotee, revered for his devotion to Shiva, even as his darker traits loomed large. Then there were the stories from the eastern shores, where the Asura Mahishasura roamed. This demon, with his ability to shift between man and buffalo, represented the chaotic forces of nature. The fierce goddess Durga, adorned in vibrant colors, rose in fury to combat him, her image a stunning blend of grace and power. The annual celebration of Durga Puja in West Bengal became a testament to this eternal clash, transforming the streets into a vibrant tableau of devotion and artistry, echoing the sentiments of the community as they grappled with their own inner demons. Yet, the influence of these demons seeped far beyond the tales themselves. In Maharashtra, the fierce figure of the demon king Kumbhakarna, brother to Ravana, molded the very culture around him. Villagers told tales around flickering campfires, where children quivered in delight and fear at the thought of his immense size and insatiable hunger. Yet intertwined in those tales was a lesson, a soft reminder of the dangers of excess, a theme that rang true as the villagers navigated their own lives, balancing sustenance and indulgence in a world fraught with struggle. On the other hand, in the valleys of Kashmir, a different kind of demon emerged, one shrouded in mysticism and longing. The Asura was not merely a figure of fear, but also a representation of the land itself, a creature entwined with the beauty and terror of nature. The people there sang songs of the Asuras, their melodies rich with the sorrow of lost loves and the beauty of fleeting moments. It was a reminder that even demons could embody the delicate dance of existence, a balance of joy and pain, a reflection of the human experience. As one traveled further south to Tamil Nadu, the tales of Asuras turned into grand epics painted on temple walls, brought to life by artisans who carved their struggles and victories into stone. Here, the demon king, who once terrorized the heavens, became a focal point for devotion, a guardian figure whose lessons were etched into the very fabric of society. The people chanted his name with reverence, recognizing that every demon had a story worth telling, a story that conveyed deeper truths about humanity's own flaws and virtues. Each region spun its own narrative of demons, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of folklore, spirituality, and the shared human experience. The tales echoed through the generations, passed down by grandmothers with gentle hands that brushed through their grandchildren's hair, instilling a sense of wonder and caution. "Beware the demons," they would say, their eyes twinkling with memories of their own childhood fears and triumphs. But remember, They are not just monsters. They are reflections of our souls. In the vibrant festivals across the country, demons came alive in the form of elaborate dances and plays. The actors donned costumes that transformed them into fierce warriors with painted faces and elaborate masks, embodying the essence of evil while also illuminating the virtues of courage, sacrifice, and redemption. The audience gasped and cheered, swept up in the drama that unfolded before them, each performance a reminder of the timeless battle that raged both in the heavens and within themselves. And so the threads of these tales continued to weave themselves into the very fabric of society, shaping beliefs, customs, and even the arts. The influence of demons in regional variations of Hindu mythology created a kaleidoscope of stories, each tale a universe unto itself, yet deeply interconnected. As the sun set over the shimmering waters of the Ganges, the haunting call of a distant temple bell resonated through the air, mingling with whispered prayers and shared dreams. It was a reminder that the struggle against demons, both real and symbolic, was never-ending. In every heart the battle persisted, where demons of doubt, insecurity, and fear fought against the flickering light of hope, love, and belief. And just as the stories of old continued to evolve and take on new forms, so too did the journey of every individual, caught in the web of their own mythic tale. As the night deepened and the stars sparkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, the shadows grew longer and the stories shifted once again, hinting at the adventures yet to unfold, waiting just beyond the horizon of consciousness. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit room, a young boy clutched his blanket, shivering not from the chill of the evening, but from the dark thoughts that danced on the edges of his mind. The stories his grandmother told him echoed through the air, tales of fierce demons who lurked in the forests and crept into dreams, waiting to pounce on the unsuspecting. But these weren't just stories told to scare him into obedience. They were whispers of something deeper, something that touched the very core of human existence. In Hindu thought, demons are not merely creatures of horror. They are manifestations of our own fears, anxieties, and internal conflicts, each tale a mirror reflecting the hidden darkness within. Historically, the concept of demons in Hindu culture stretches back thousands of years, rooted deeply in ancient texts and practices. In the Vedas, the oldest sacred scriptures, there are mentions of Asuras, beings often characterized as malevolent and chaotic forces. Yet, as scholars sifted through these ancient scripts, they found a more profound meaning lurking beneath the surface. The Asuras represented not just external threats but the darker aspects of the human psyche: anger, jealousy, and desire. This interpretation transformed demons from mere antagonists into complex characters, embodying the struggles of humanity itself. As the boy listened, his mind drifted to the tales of Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, a demon whose intelligence and power were matched only by his overwhelming pride. He remembered how his grandmother described Ravana's relentless pursuit of Sita, illuminating not just a tale of abduction, but a struggle between lust and devotion. Ravana, with his many heads, was a symbol of the chaotic thoughts that swirl within, each head representing a different desire fighting for dominance. The boy shivered again, recognizing that within all people lies a Ravana, battling against the forces of morality and self-control. In the Mahabharata, another epic narrative, the demons take on a more psychological role through characters like Duryodhana. His unyielding ambition and thirst for power led to a catastrophic war, but within his storyline lies a deep exploration of ego and the consequences of unchecked ambition. The boy could almost hear the clashing swords and the cries of warriors, but beyond the chaos, he sensed the poignant message that the greatest battles are often fought within ourselves. Duryodhana's tragic fall served as a chilling reminder of what happens when one allows the inner demons to spiral out of control. The boy's heart raced as he imagined the vibrant depictions in ancient sculptures where demons are intricately carved alongside gods. The juxtaposition of these forces illustrated a fundamental truth. Light cannot exist without darkness. The legends spoken of by his grandmother were not simply tales of good versus evil, but rather a dance between opposing forces that lives within every individual. The demons, with their grotesque features and chaotic energy, were not there merely to frighten. They were symbols of the struggles that shape human experience. As night fell and darkness enveloped the earth, a dread settled in the boy's chest. Each creak of the house felt amplified. Each whisper of wind outside morphed into the echoes of ancient battles between deities and demons. It was during these moments that he realized that fear itself was a demon, one that could paralyze the spirit, keeping one from reaching their true potential. Would he, like the heroes of old, face his own internal demons or cower beneath the blanket, hiding from the shadows? In the rich tapestry of Hindu philosophy, the concept of Maya, or illusion, intertwines with the notion of demons. These entities serve as powerful representations of the illusions that cloud our judgment, leading us astray from truth and understanding. The boy recalled stories of how the wise sage Narada traveled the realms, teaching that the greatest knowledge arises from confronting one's fears. Each encounter with a demon in these tales became a pivotal moment of self-discovery, where the characters had to confront their innermost fears and emerge transformed. With every story his grandmother shared, the boy felt a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. The demons, while frightening, also offered a way forward. They served as teachers, forcing heroes like Arjuna to confront their doubts and moral dilemmas. In the gripping moments before battle in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna's hesitation showed that even the mightiest can falter when faced with their own demons. His struggle was relatable. It echoed in the boy's own heart, reverberating through his fears and uncertainties. Could he, too, find strength in vulnerability? As the night wore on, the boy's thoughts morphed into vivid images of the fierce yet compassionate goddess Durga, who battled the buffalo demon Mahishasura. This iconic clash symbolized not just the triumph of good over evil, but the empowerment of the feminine spirit against oppressive forces. Durga's many arms wielded weapons, each representing a different aspect of strength, intellect, courage, and love. The boy felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, recognizing the power of confronting and embracing one's inner demons instead of shying away from them. The flickering candlelight dimmed, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. He pondered the idea that demons, far from being mere figures of horror, were essential parts of human existence. They urged integrity and growth, challenging us to confront our fears and insecurities. It was in this struggle that one could find strength, purpose, and, ultimately, the path to self-realization. What would happen if he dared to dream? Would he find his own inner Durga, ready to combat the fears that lurked in the shadows? The night was thick with possibility, a tapestry woven with the threads of dread and hope, urging him to embrace the demons within and beyond. The stories of his ancestors transformed from terrifying fables into profound lessons, illuminating the intricate dance between light and darkness in the human experience. And as the boy's eyelids grew heavy, he found himself wrapped not only in his blanket but in the rich legacy of his culture, the stories intertwining with his own soul, propelling him forward into the unknown. In the flickering light of torches, shadows danced upon the walls of ancient caves where the first artists, armed with nothing but pigments and primal emotions, began to etch their fears and beliefs into stone. They painted not only the divine, but also the terrifying figures that haunted their dreams, the demons. These beings, with their twisted features and fiery eyes, were as much a part of life as the gods they opposed. The very act of creation was a portrayal of a struggle, a vivid expression of the chaos lurking just beyond the veil of the known. The demons of ancient Indian art were not mere figments of imagination. They were manifestations of the very fears that plagued humanity. They slithered from the pages of ancient texts, their stories woven into the fabric of existence. Clothed in dark hues and grotesque forms, they became the embodiment of evil, chaos, and the unknown. As one gazed upon their frightening visages, a chill raced down the spine, a reminder that in every corner of life, darkness lurked, waiting to consume the light. From the intricate carvings of the Ajanta caves to the elaborate murals of the Ellora caves, the portrayal of these demons grappled with the very essence of human emotion. Each stroke of the artist's brush captured not just a figure, but the fear and dread that these beings inspired. Their bulging eyes and snarling mouths seemed to leap from the wall, begging to be understood, to be transformed from mere images into symbols of the endless battle between good and evil. There was Ravana, the 10-headed king of demons, his form depicted with an unsettling majesty. Each head told a tale of ambition, pride, and desire gone awry. In one piece, the artist captured his fierce determination, as if the very essence of his being radiated from the stone. The viewer could almost hear the clash of swords as Rama faced this powerful adversary, feeling the pulse of tension resonate through the ages. It was a confrontation not just of strength, but of moral fiber, where every glance at Ravana's fierce visage stoked the fires of conflict within the hearts of those who dared to look. And then there was Mahishasura, the buffalo demon, whose transformation from a beast to a cunning warrior embodied the complexities of evil. In the sculptures of the Durga temple, his fierce muscular form was juxtaposed against the serene, poised figure of the goddess. One could almost feel the ground tremble beneath the weight of their confrontation. The tension in the air was palpable. It was a battle not just of bodies, but of ideals. The moment the goddess drew her sword, a wave of exhilaration would sweep through the onlookers, a reminder that courage can pierce even the darkest of hearts. The narratives intertwined with these artistic representations were rich with emotion and conflict. The art did not shy away from depicting suffering, betrayal, and the quest for redemption. In one vivid mural, a demon was shown in the throes of defeat, his eyes wide with disbelief as the goddess pierced through his defenses. The raw emotion etched into his face told a story of desperation and despair, evoking sympathy even for the villain. It was a testament to the understanding that every soul, no matter how wicked, is capable of pain. Yet, the portrayal of demons in ancient Indian art was not solely about fear and darkness. It held within it a flicker of hope, an understanding that the struggle against evil was a part of the human experience. The artists breathed life into these narratives, crafting tales that would bridge generations. Their work invited the viewer to reflect on their own battles, to confront the demons that lay buried within. With each brushstroke, the tension between fear and courage was made alive, resonating through the ages. As one navigated through the halls of ancient temples, the murals seemed to pulse with energy, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The vibrant colors, though faded, whispered stories of valor and defeat, of gods and demons locked in a seemingly endless dance. The echoes of ancient chants hung in the air, infusing every corner with the weight of history, with the tension of countless souls who had come before. In the shadows, one could sense the presence of ancient creators, souls who understood the power of narrative, who wielded their tools like weapons against the chaos of the world. They captured the essence of life, with all its complexities, displaying a rich tapestry of emotions that spoke to the heart. The demons they portrayed were not just evil. They were challenges to be faced, lessons to be learned, and shadows to be embraced. With each glance, the viewer was drawn deeper into the world of ancient Indian art, where fear mingled with reverence. The artist's hands had crafted a space where demons could be confronted, where their stories could unfold in vibrant detail. As one moved through this historical labyrinth, Every painting, every carving became a portal into the past, a vivid reminder of the delicate balance between good and evil that defines the human experience. And just as one thought they understood the depth of these representations, another figure emerged from the shadows, a demon with a haunting expression, one that seemed to beckon the viewer closer. The air thickened with anticipation, and the tension heightened as the lines between past and present blurred. What tales lay hidden behind those eyes, and what battles remained to be fought? The allure of ancient Indian art was undeniable, and with every heartbeat the story continued to unfold, an invitation to confront the darkness that lingered just beyond the light. In a dimly lit room, echoes of whispered prayers intertwine with the chilling sound of scratching nails against wood, a reminder of fears long buried. The flickering candle casts shadows that dance like phantoms on the walls, wrestling with the very essence of belief. Here, in the twilight of faith, a quiet revolution stirs. The rise of atheism is palpable, and it brings with it a haunting specter. The myths of demons, once feared and revered, now face an unsettling reckoning. Throughout history, mankind has often painted the unknown with the brush of superstition. In ancient times, darkness was alive with the presence of gods and demons, spirits that answered the questions of existence, life, and death. The belief in these creatures was not mere fantasy. They were woven into the very fabric of society, guiding morality and shaping world views. As individuals grappled with their fears and questions, tales of malevolent forces emerged, echoing through the ages. They were the shadows lurking behind every misfortune, the whispers that sent shivers down the spines of the devout. Yet, as the Renaissance dawned, a spark ignited in the collective consciousness. Intellectuals began to challenge the age-old narratives that had shackled humanity to the whims of unseen forces. The likes of Galileo and Copernicus revealed a universe governed by natural laws rather than divine intervention. The heavens weren't a battleground for angels and demons, but rather a magnificent expanse awaiting understanding. With each revelation, the chains of superstition began to fray, and the light of reason emerged, illuminating the path for many. As the 18th century approached, the Age of Enlightenment blossomed. Thinkers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and Hume dismantled the pillars that once held up the temples of faith. They argued against the existence of deities, revealing the absurdity behind rituals and the fear of demons. Just as the sun chases away the shadows of night, rational thought dispelled the haunting presence of malevolent spirits. The masses began to question, were these beings mere constructs of fear, or did they serve a purpose in a world increasingly dominated by logic? Demonic myths, once feared, began to lose their grip. The iconic figure of the devil, a creature of insidious allure, became a symbol of rebellion against oppressive dogmas. In literature, from Milton's Paradise Lost to Goethe's Faust, the devil transformed from a mere antagonist to a complex character embodying the spirit of dissent. The narrative shifted, and the fear of demons blurred into fascination. No longer were they the puppeteers of fate. Instead, they reflected the darkest corners of human nature, the struggles, the doubts, the desires. The rise of atheism didn't just challenge religious beliefs, it struck at the very heart of societal structures. Education flourished, and as people sought knowledge, they began to untangle the myths that had bound them. The printing press, a revolutionary invention of its time, spread these ideas far and wide, igniting a fervor for reason. Books that questioned the existence of demons and gods flew off the shelves, and with each copy, the stronghold of superstition weakened. In the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution further transformed the landscape of belief. As steam engines roared to life and factories belched smoke into the skies, the world became less enchanted and more mechanical. The natural world, once alive with spirits, was dissected and understood in terms of science. The witch hunts and demon possessions that had once gripped communities began to fade into distant memory. Those accused of witchcraft were seen through a more skeptical lens, their stories riddled with the tragic irony of misunderstood illnesses and societal scapegoating. This was not just a battle of ideas, it was a conflict of emotion, of fear against reason. The believers clung to their myths, fearful of what lay beyond the veil of faith. The voices of the new atheists grew louder, resonating with the disillusioned who had tasted the bitterness of betrayal by the very institutions that claimed to protect them. The demons of doubt haunted the minds of many, but they were no longer seen as external forces. They were the internal struggles of humanity, fear, anxiety, and the quest for meaning in a world devoid of divine oversight. As the 20th century rolled in, the landscape shifted dramatically. World wars ravaged the globe, and the horrors of human conflict made the concept of a benevolent deity seem laughably naive to many. How could an all-loving God allow such suffering? The ghosts of demons became metaphors for humanity's own failings, a reflection of the darkness within. The philosophical writings of thinkers like Nietzsche and Sartre pushed the boundaries further, suggesting that without divine oversight, individuals must carve their own paths in a seemingly indifferent universe. At this tumultuous juncture, the remnants of demonic myths began to fade into the background. They transformed into archetypes in popular culture, reduced to mere entertainment rather than sources of fear. Films and novels depicted demons not as terrifying forces but as characters ripe for exploration, reflecting humanity's darker impulses. The fear had transmuted into fascination, signaling a profound shift in societal attitudes. Yet, amidst this revolution, a new tension arose. As atheism flourished, the remnants of old beliefs clung tenaciously to the fringes of society, like apparitions refusing to fade into oblivion. In the wake of this intellectual upheaval, some found solace in the very myths that many sought to dismantle. Conspiracy theories began to weave into the fabric of contemporary life, a modern-day echo of ancient fears as people sought explanations for the chaos surrounding them. The demons of the past morphed into new entities, taking on the guise of societal issues, fear of the unknown, distrust of authority, and the search for control in an unpredictable world. In this swirling cauldron of belief and disbelief, shadows still lingered. The rise of atheism did not erase the human need for connection, for narratives that explain the unexplainable. The dance between faith and skepticism continued, leaving a trail of unsettled questions and a longing for something beyond the mere physical. As the candle flickered low, the restless energies of the room held their breath, caught between the seductive pull of ancient myths and the sharp clarity of reason. The scratching at the door intensified, almost as if the demons of doubt were demanding entry once more. The walls, once thought sturdy, showed signs of cracks, as if the very foundation of belief and disbelief was about to be tested. Would humanity finally lay to rest the superstitions that had haunted it for centuries? Or would the shadows of the past rise again, cloaked in the guise of modern anxieties? The air crackled with tension, hinting that the story was far from over and the next chapter awaited just beyond the threshold. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit room, the air thickened with a palpable tension, as if the very walls held their breath. Shadows danced like restless spirits, casting eerie forms that whispered secrets of fear and darkness. Somewhere, deep in the recesses of this haunted space, a presence loomed, malevolent, ancient, and unyielding. This was not just a figment of imagination, it was a living nightmare. Here, the act of exorcism would unfold, enveloping all who dared to witness it in a chilling embrace. For centuries, across cultures and civilizations, the rituals to expel demons have been shrouded in mystery and dread. From the ancient Egyptians to the Christian Church, every tradition recognized the existence of evil spirits that could invade and corrupt human souls. The Egyptians, with their intricate rituals, would invoke the power of gods like Osiris and Ra, using sacred spells inscribed on papyrus, hoping to banish the darkness that threatened to consume the living. The priests would chant incantations, their voices rising and falling like the waves of a stormy sea, while the flicker of oil lamps cast haunting shadows against the walls of their temples. In a small village in medieval Europe, an exorcism was taking place that would send chills down the spine of anyone who dared to witness it. A young girl, once overflowing with laughter, now sat pale and trembling, her eyes reflecting a void that seemed to swallow all light. The local priest, clad in a simple robe, stood before her, clutching a crucifix tightly. His voice, steady yet filled with an unshakable fear, began to recite the ancient prayers passed down through generations. Each word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of countless souls who had cried out for salvation before her. As the priest's voice echoed through the tiny room, the temperature plummeted. A sense of impending doom enveloped all present. The girl's body jerked violently, and a guttural growl erupted from her lips, words that belonged to another time, another being. The priest pressed on, oblivious to the terror that clawed at his heart. He reached for the holy water, a small vial that shimmered like captured starlight, and sprinkled it over her, the droplets hissing as they touched the skin of the possessed. The air thickened with an ethereal energy, crackling like electricity, pulling everyone closer to the edge of fear. Historical records tell of similar scenes, where holy men donned their vestments and armed themselves with symbols of faith to confront the unholy. In ancient Rome, the oracles would burn incense, filling the air with aromatic smoke designed to appease the gods and ward off vengeful spirits. Chants echoed in the Colosseums, a cacophony that reached the heavens, begging for divine intervention. The fear of demonic possession was so real that entire families moved from their homes, unable to bear the thought of a lurking evil. The church, a bastion of hope, often became the last refuge for those tormented by unseen forces. In distant lands, the rituals took on different forms. The shamans of indigenous tribes would summon the spirits of ancestors, calling upon their strength to fight the encroaching darkness. Their chants intertwined with the rhythm of the drums, creating a heartbeat that resonated with the very earth. Those present would sway, caught in a trance as the shaman danced around a fire, the flames licking the night sky like serpents hungry for souls. Each movement was deliberate, aimed at piecing together a bridge between the worlds of the living and the dead, seeking to wrestle back control from the clutches of evil. Back in the medieval village, the priest sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The girl's eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, her body contorting as if caught in a cycle of torment. The room filled with a cacophony of voices, a chorus of despair and rage. He raised his voice, commanding the darkness to leave. With every prayer, he called upon the saints, heroes of faith who had once battled similar horrors. But the entity, emboldened by centuries of malevolence, fought back. It laughed, a chilling sound that echoed against the stone walls, shaking the very foundation of belief. In that moment, the priest felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the countless souls who had come before him, grappling with the same sinister forces. He thought of the great exorcists, like Saint Benedict, who, armed with nothing but a staff, had vanquished demons with unwavering faith. The priest's heart raced as he recalled the chilling tales of those who had failed, the accounts of the possessed who had been lost forever, consumed by the darkness they could not escape. Fear clawed at his throat, a dark whisper urging him to flee, but he stood firm, resolute in his mission to save the girl from the abyss. Moments turned into an eternity as the struggle continued. The candles flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that made everyone question their own sanity. The priest reached for the Book of Exorcisms, its pages worn and yellowed with age, filled with the prayers of ages past. He read aloud, his voice rising in intensity, drowning out the demon's growls. As the words left his mouth, the very air vibrated with a force that felt almost otherworldly, an unseen battle raging in that small room. Tension hung thick like fog, the essence of fear palpable. Outside, the village lay quiet, unaware of the horrors unfolding within. The fate of the girl dangled by a thread, the stakes higher than anyone could comprehend. The entity howled, a sound so filled with rage and sorrow that it seemed to shake the very earth beneath their feet. With every whispered prayer, the priest fought against time, against the very essence of evil that sought to tear the girl apart. Would he succeed, or would the darkness claim yet another soul? In that haunting hour, where history and emotion intertwined, the battle raged on, and the line between good and evil blurred, leaving all who were there suspended in a moment of fear, hope, and uncertainty. The night air was thick with tension, a shiver running through the crowd gathered in the ancient temple courtyard. Flickering torches cast long shadows that danced ominously against the stone walls, whispering tales of old. Stories echoed in the hearts of the villagers, tales of demons that haunted their dreams and kept them awake at night. The air crackled with fear and anticipation as they recounted the monstrous figures from their myths. But these demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were embodiments of the darkness that lurked within humanity itself. In the realm of Hindu mythology, demons like Ravana and Mahishasura were not just evil beings. They were complex characters representing the struggle between good and evil. Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, was a force to be reckoned with, intelligent, powerful, and deeply flawed. His very existence challenged the boundaries of morality, embodying desires and weaknesses that resonated with the human condition. He was not purely evil. He was a king, a scholar, and a devotee of Shiva. His arrogance and lust for power led him to abduct Sita, the wife of Rama, igniting a fierce battle that would echo through the ages. Then there was Mahishasura, the buffalo demon who could shift shapes at will, a cunning adversary that could change form as easily as one changes clothes. His story was a chilling reminder of how easily good could be subverted, how power could corrupt even the most innocent intentions. The goddess Durga rose to challenge him, embodying the strength that lay within femininity and the protective instinct of a mother. The battle between them was not just a clash of weapons but a fight of ideals, showcasing the struggle against the chaos that threatened to consume the world. The Western narrative, though different, shared a haunting resonance. Here, too, figures like Satan and various iterations of demons struck fear into the hearts of believers. Satan, the fallen angel, was a master manipulator, seducing humanity into sin with promises of knowledge and power. He represented the ultimate rebellion against divine authority, a reflection of humanity's own inner turmoil and desire for freedom. Unlike the Hindu demons who could sometimes be seen as tragic figures, Satan was often viewed as the epitome of evil, an unrelenting force bent on destruction without remorse. As the villagers recounted these stories, the line between right and wrong blurred, revealing the complexities of morality. There was a palpable tension in the air, as the flames of the torches flickered like the doubts in their hearts. Was Ravana truly evil, or was he merely a product of his desires and ambitions? Was Mahishasura a villain, or was he an embodiment of the chaos that exists in all of us? In contrast, how could one reconcile the image of Satan with the notion of free will, a being so entwined with darkness yet so undeniably powerful? In the throes of battle, both the Hindu and Western narratives showcased a profound understanding of the human experience. The demons represented a struggle that transcended cultures and eras, a fight against the shadows that lurk in every heart. The stories were imbued with raw emotions, stirring feelings of fear, admiration, and even pity. The villagers felt the weight of these tales. They were not mere stories but reflections of their own struggles and fears. As night deepened, the stories grew darker, The villagers spoke of how Ravana's desire for Sita led to his downfall, a reminder of how obsession can twist even the noblest of intentions into something sinister. They spoke of how Durga's fierce battle against Mahishasura was not just a fight for the cosmos, but a fight against the very nature of chaos that dwells in all beings. The air grew heavy with the realization that these narratives were more than legends. They were cautionary tales warning of the dangers of unchecked ambition and primal instincts. Meanwhile, the Western figures of evil echoed in the background, chilling and relentless. The devil was not merely a being to be feared, he was a reflection of humanity's own vices. The temptations offered by Satan resonated with the villagers as they wrestled with their inner demons. They felt the tug-of-war between light and darkness within themselves as the lines defined in their tales began to blur. The fear of demonic possession, the horror of losing one's own identity to evil, loomed large. In this gathering, rich with history and emotion, the villagers found themselves entwined in a web of discomforting questions. What does it mean to confront one's own demons? Was it possible that the power they feared could also be a reflection of their own desires? Just like Ravana's unquenchable thirst for knowledge and power, or the seductive whispers of Satan, they too faced the daunting task of acknowledging the shadows lurking within. As the night wore on, a hush fell over the crowd. The flickering flames cast a warm glow that contrasted starkly with the cold truths being unveiled. Each whispered legend, each chilling recounting resonated deep within their souls, awakening the fears they had tried to bury beneath the surface. In that moment, they understood that the fight against evil was not just a battle against external forces, but a war within themselves. The villagers stood at the crossroads of fear and understanding, feeling the weight of their histories and the inevitability of their struggles. Just as the goddess Durga embodied the resilience and strength of femininity, there was a latent power within each of them waiting to awaken. The shared tales of demons and evil figures forged a connection, a collective understanding that would carry them into the night, binding them together in their shared humanity. The flickering torches illuminated not just the courtyard, but the shadows within their hearts, revealing that the real battle against evil was only just beginning. Each story carried with it the promise of revelation, a challenge to confront the darkness lurking in their own souls. And as the villagers prepared to face the night, they could feel the pulse of their heritage, the stories of demons and evils echoing through their veins, driving them toward a deeper understanding of their own existence. Under the flickering glow of a street lamp, shadows writhed and danced, twisting into shapes that seemed to whisper secrets of ages long past. The air pulsed with an electric charge, a reminder that every corner of the world carries echoes of history, some beautiful, others haunting. Among these echoes, one stands apart, looming larger than life, the legacy of Hindu demons. Their stories, wrapped in both terror and intrigue, have seeped into the very fabric of modern culture, casting long shadows that stretch across time. In a bustling city, a child clutches a comic book with the vibrant image of a demon on the cover, its eyes blazing with a fierce intensity that sparks both fear and fascination. This is not just a picture. It is a link to an ancient world where Ravana, the 10-headed titan, plotted against the gods and heroes alike. The child's heart races, captivated by the thrill of danger and adventure, unaware that this tale has roots deep in the sacred texts of the Ramayana, where good and evil collide in a cosmic dance. Ravana, with his unmatched intelligence and strength, stands as a testament to the complexity of the demon archetype. He is not merely a villain, he embodies the struggle of ambition, the desire for power, and the tragic flaws that lead to his downfall. Modern storytellers have taken this rich tapestry of character and threaded it into the narratives of movies and television shows, transforming him into an anti-hero that audiences can't help but root for. His legacy echoes in the fierce battles of superhero films, where villains often embody traits that blur the lines between right and wrong. Across the globe, In the crowded theaters of Hollywood, the influence of Hindu demons is palpable. Scenes unfold where villains, much like the ancient Asuras, rise against gods and heroes, showcasing a battle that feels both timeless and universal. These stories feed a hunger for conflict that resonates within us all, drawing parallels to the age-old tales of demons like Mahishasura, whose rebellion against the divine led to the birth of the goddess Durga. The cinematic portrayal of such fierce confrontations stirs emotions, tapping into the fear and thrill that these ancient narratives instilled in their audiences millennia ago. Transitioning from the screen to the pages of literature, the shadows of these demons continue to loom large. Authors weave intricate plots where characters grapple with their inner demons, reminiscent of the Asuras who fought against the gods. These tales reflect the perpetual struggle between darkness and light, echoing the ancient Hindu belief that demons are not merely external foes, but representations of our own fears and desires. Readers find themselves ensnared in the gripping narratives, where each page turned reveals a little more about the intricate dance between good and evil. Even in the realm of video games, the specter of Hindu demons haunts the players. Characters inspired by mythological tales emerge, wielding powers that mirror those of their ancient counterparts. Players engage in epic battles that feel like modern-day retellings of the cosmic wars fought in the heavens. The thrill of defeating a mighty foe or conquering a fierce demon sends shivers down the spine and creates a connection to a legacy that transcends centuries. Each victory against these avatars of chaos resonates with the triumph of good over evil, a theme that remains ever relevant. As night falls, the ghostly echoes of these demons whisper through art and music, painting vivid portraits of their fierce power. A musician strums a guitar, composing a haunting melody inspired by the tales of Kali, the goddess of destruction, who embodies the fierce feminine energy capable of dismantling evil. The lyrics flow like a river of emotion, drawing listeners into a vortex of passion and rage, echoing the very essence of the demons they once feared. This music becomes a ritual, a way of both honoring and confronting the shadows that lurk within. In festivals and celebrations, the legacy of Hindu demons comes alive in vibrant reenactments. Dancers don intricate costumes, transforming into figures like Narasimha, the lion man who tore apart the demon Hiranyakashipu. The rhythm of drums pulsates through the air, mimicking the beating heart of the stories that have shaped cultures. Each performance is a powerful reminder of the eternal struggle, where the crowd cheers for the triumph of good, while the demons, with their mesmerizing allure, leave a lingering chill in the air. Even in the quiet moments of reflection, the legacy of these demons seeps into the collective consciousness of society. Philosophers and spiritual leaders draw parallels between the battles fought in mythology and the personal struggles faced by individuals today. The ancient tales serve as metaphors for the chaos within, guiding people through their own turmoil and fears. The demons of yesteryears morph into the anxieties of the modern world, challenging humanity to confront its inner darkness. As the flickering street lamp casts longer shadows, the whispers of these ancient narratives continue to weave through the fabric of modern life. The legacy of Hindu demons, terrifying yet compelling, remains a powerful force, shaping stories and experiences that resonate with every generation. The child, still holding that comic book, feels the weight of the tales woven into the pages, a connection to a history rich with emotion and tension. The demons of the past beckon, their stories far from over, waiting to entwine with the present and the future, a relentless cycle of fear, fascination, and the eternal dance between light and dark. The world is poised on the brink of new tales, where the legacy of the past whispers promises of adventure yet to unfold, leaving everyone wondering what lies ahead, what shadows will come forth to challenge the light, and how the stories of these demons will continue to shape the very essence of culture and imagination. The night was thick with anticipation as the shadows danced under the flickering light of torches, and the air hummed with the sound of whispered legends. In a corner of the ancient world, where the boundaries between good and evil often blurred, the Ramayana unfolded, a saga threaded with heroism, love, and the relentless pursuit of righteousness. Yet, lurking in the shadows of this epic were the demons, the Rakshasas, their existence a stark reminder of humanity's darkest fears. When one thinks of demons, images of horns, fiery eyes, and twisted grins often come to mind. However, in the Ramayana, these Rakshasas are not mere caricatures of evil. They are intricately woven into the fabric of the story, embodying the primal conflicts within every heart. The most infamous among them, Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, is often viewed as a villain, yet his character pulses with complexity. His ambition and power allure, igniting a sense of fascination even as his actions incite dread. Ravana was not born a monster. Once a learned scholar and a devotee of Shiva, he possessed great wisdom and strength. As the tale unfolds, one cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the king, who, despite his intellect, was corrupted by his insatiable desire for greatness. His passion for Sita, the epitome of beauty and virtue, drives him to commit unspeakable acts, leading to the abduction that ignites the central conflict of the Ramayana. Yet, beneath the villainous exterior lies a tragic figure, forever haunted by his choices. As the story progresses, one encounters other Rakshasas, each with their own motivations and desires. Surpanakha, Ravana's sister, embodies a raw and unfiltered essence of longing. Her unrequited love for Rama echoes the vulnerabilities within each individual. When she attempts to win Rama's affection, only to be met with scorn, her reaction is explosive. She transforms from a woman scorned into a fearsome demoness, and in that moment one feels the sting of her rejection, the pain of being cast aside. Then there is Kumbhakarna, the giant brother of Ravana, who possesses an extraordinary strength and a heart that longs for peace. His loyalty to Ravana is unwavering, yet his deep-rooted desire for slumber shows the burden of existence. Each time he awakens to face the consequences of Ravana's ambition, he carries the weight of duty and love, tragically caught between familial ties and a world spiraling into chaos. The tension escalates as he realizes the futility of his brother's pursuits. One can sense the turmoil brewing in his heart, a conflict familiar to anyone torn between love and righteousness. Every encounter with these demons brings forth a wave of intense emotion. The Rakshasas are not simply obstacles to be vanquished. They represent the shadows within us all. They echo the struggles against temptation, anger, and desire, making them relatable figures even as they commit heinous acts. The epic paints them not just as foes, but as reflections of the human condition, conflicted, impassioned, and deeply flawed. As Rama, the embodiment of Dharma, battles the forces of darkness, the skirmishes become intense and palpable. With each clash, the air thickens with desperation and courage intertwined. The forest trembles as arrows fly and the cries of warriors echo through the mountains. It's a relentless dance between light and darkness, where emotions run high, and the stakes are nothing less than the soul of civilization itself. But even in these moments of intense battle, there are brief pauses, reflective interludes that highlight the deeper themes at play. The character of Marika, who transforms into a golden deer to lure Sita, reveals the duality of existence. His torment is evident as he navigates his role in the grand design of fate, caught between his own survival and the greater good. The audience can feel the weight of his choice, a moment of hesitation that resonates with anyone who has faced a moral dilemma. The Rakshasas, though often portrayed as embodiments of evil, are also victims of their own desires and circumstances. They are creatures of complexity and contradiction, forming an integral part of the narrative that challenges black and white perceptions of good and evil. In every encounter with Rama, the warriors face their own inner demons, their struggles mirroring those of the audience. The battles become more than mere physical confrontations. They are symbolic showdowns of ideals, hope against despair, innocence against corruption. As the final confrontation draws near, the atmosphere thickens with suspense. Each Rakshasa, each twist in the tale, serves to heighten the emotional stakes. One can almost hear the heartbeat of the narrative quicken, punctuated by the cries of warriors and the lamentations of the vanquished. The demons, in their grotesque forms, have become haunting figures, forever etched into the fabric of the tale as if pleading for understanding amidst the chaos. In the end, the Ramayana is not just a story about the triumph of good over evil. It's a poignant reminder that even the most fearsome of demons can evoke sympathy and reflection. Their roles challenge us to confront our own shadows, to understand the complexities of desire, ambition, and the choices we make. As the tension mounts and the characters spiral toward destiny, one can't help but feel the pulse of humanity that beats beneath the surface, an eternal struggle that never truly ends, a loop that binds the fate of all beings, both light and dark, in a dance as old as time itself. The night air crackled with excitement as the villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of bonfires. Laughter mingled with the deep thrum of drums, each beat echoing the age-old narrative of triumph and terror. Shadows danced around them, twisting and turning into grotesque shapes that whispered ancient tales of good versus evil. It was a time when the veil between the living and the supernatural grew thin, and the presence of demons became a powerful symbol of both fear and festivity. In many cultures, festivals are not merely celebrations. They are reenactments of cosmic battles where light prevails over darkness. The history of these events is steeped in rich traditions, each one echoing the very essence of humanity's struggle against evil forces. From the fiery bonfires of the Celtic Samhain to the haunting melodies of the Mexican Dia de los Muertos, the role of demons is integral, representing the things that haunt the human spirit. In ancient Greece, the festival of Dionysus brought forth a parade of masked figures, voices raised in ecstatic celebration, paying homage to the god of wine and revelry. But lurking beneath the surface were the darker elements of the human psyche, the chaos and madness that Dionysus himself embodied. Revelers donned masks that transformed them into creatures of the night, blurring the lines between man and demon, joy and despair. As the night unfolded, the air thickened with the scent of wine and the taste of freedom, and for those fleeting hours the demons were not to be feared, but embraced, celebrating the victory over the darker aspects of their souls. Across the ocean, in the heart of India, the festival of Dussehra erupted in vibrant colors and jubilant noise, a living tableau of the epic battle between the goddess Durga and the buffalo demon Mahishasura. The streets thrummed with the energy of thousands, the air saturated with the aroma of marigolds and the sound of conch shells. In this sacred drama, the demon became a necessary antagonist, embodying ignorance and evil, pushed back by the fierce goddess. As the effigies of Mahishasura went up in flames, the crowd erupted in cheers, their voices rising like a tidal wave, a cathartic release celebrating the triumph of good over evil. In the depths of a winter's night, the Norse celebrated Yule, a festival rooted in the battle against darkness as well. The fear of trolls and frost giants haunted their thoughts, yet as they gathered around blazing hearths, they created a circle of warmth and light. They sang songs of bravery and resilience, invoking their gods to protect them against the lurking threats. The demons of the night, once terrifying, became a part of the communal storytelling, instilling courage and unity among the people, reminding them that even in the coldest times, warmth can be found, and victory is just a festival away. As the sun set on the Sahara, The rhythms of the Sawa festival filled the air with a pulse that resonated deep within the earth. The spirits of ancestors mingled with the living, the boundaries of time dissolving in the hypnotic dance of the musicians. Here, demons were not just to be banished but were invoked, calling upon their presence to heal and cleanse the community. Each note played was a brush stroke, painting tales of eons past where good and evil collided. The haunting melodies filled souls with both dread and exhilaration, transforming fear into a profound celebration of life and resilience. In the heat of the summer, the Japanese Obon festival brought forth a time for honoring spirits through dance and light. Lanterns illuminated the paths, guiding ancestral souls back to the world of the living. Yet with their return came the fear of forgotten demons. As families gathered to honor their lineage, the specters of the past reminded them of their struggles. The dances performed were not just joyous. They were an acknowledgement of the darker times, a reminder that even in remembrance, the shadows still lurked. The spirits, once feared, became allies in celebration, a powerful reminder that the past is never entirely gone, and so, across continents and cultures, demons play an essential role in the narratives of festivals, becoming symbols of humanity's eternal struggle. They are the shadows that give depth to the light, the adversaries that define the heroes. As the night deepens and the celebrations swell, the air thickens with stories of hardship, pain, and ultimate victory. In these moments, the demons transform, becoming catalysts for joy, reminders that without darkness, light would have no meaning. The drums beat louder. The flames flickered higher, and laughter erupted around the square, each sound reverberating with the echoes of history. The villagers, united in their dance, felt the spirits of the past swirling around them. They were no longer mere spectators. They were part of an age-old ritual, the celebration of life against the backdrop of darkness, every movement a testament to resilience and hope. As the shadows grew longer and the night wore on, the very essence of humanity was laid bare, a raw and beautiful narrative of struggle woven into the fabric of their being. In the heart of the festival, something stirred. A palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air. The flickering flames cast eerie shapes, and a low rumble began to resonate from deep within the earth, as if the demons of old were stirring once more. The villagers held their breath, knowing that the celebration was not just about the victory already claimed, but the ever-present battle that lay ahead. It was a reminder that while tonight they danced in joy, the specters of the past were always lurking, ready to remind them that the fight against evil was a continuous journey, not just a momentary celebration. As laughter echoed through the night, the anticipation grew, drawing them closer to the next chapter of their storied fight, where the rhythm of life continued. Unyielding and fierce. Under an ancient banyan tree, the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the ground like a warm embrace. Shadows danced playfully, whispering tales of heroes and demons that once roamed this earth. In this sacred space, where the divine met the mortal, the age-old question lingered like a ghost. What is evil? As the wind rustled through the leaves, it carried with it echoes of the past, of scriptures and sages pondering the nature of darkness. Hinduism, with its rich tapestry of beliefs and stories, offers a unique lens through which to view the concept of evil. Unlike the binary notions found in many other traditions, evil in Hindu philosophy is woven intricately into the fabric of life. It is not merely the absence of good or a force to be vanquished. It is a complex phenomenon that demands understanding, reflection, and sometimes acceptance. In the ancient texts, the Puranas speak of Asuras and Devas, the eternal struggle between good and evil. Asuras, often seen as embodiments of chaos and desire, were not always the villains. They too had their moments of valor and wisdom. Take, for instance, the tale of Prahlada, a devoted young prince whose unwavering faith in Vishnu turned the narrative on its head. His father, Hiranyakashipu, An Asura driven by ego and hatred represents the darker path that can consume anyone, even a being of immense power. Yet, the story does not simply label Hiranyakashipu as evil. It invites us to examine how fear, anger, and despair can twist the noblest of intentions. Moving through the corridors of time, one encounters the Mahabharata. Here, the dilemma of dharma, righteousness, clashes with adharma, the path of unrighteousness. The war of Kurukshetra unfolds not just as a battle of arms, but as a profound exploration of moral ambiguity. Characters like Karna, torn between loyalty to his friend and the righteousness of his actions, embody the complex nature of evil. In his quest for honor, he faces the stark reality that even noble intentions can lead to disastrous outcomes. The tears of the warriors, the cries of the innocent, they all resonate deeply, weaving a haunting melody that lingers long after the tale is told. Yet, within these narratives lies a deeper philosophical inquiry. The concept of Maya, illusion, plays a critical role in understanding evil within Hinduism. Life is seen as a tapestry of illusions, where desires and attachments can lead one astray. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the material world can mislead, blinding individuals to their true nature. Arjuna's doubts on the battlefield mirror our own struggles, reminding us that the path to righteousness is often clouded by confusion and despair. It is not merely a fight against an external enemy, but a battle with the darker aspects of oneself. As the sun faded into twilight, the air thickened with the weight of these reflections. The stories of the past are not just relics, they are living reminders of the struggles that define humanity. The cycle of birth and rebirth, samsara, serves as a backdrop where every action has consequences, where evil is not simply eradicated but transformed. This transformative aspect is crucial. Every act of unkindness, every moment of anger is an opportunity for growth, a chance to transcend the limitations of one's nature. The teachings of the sages, too, illuminate the path forward. Adi Shankaracharya, the great philosopher, emphasized the importance of knowledge in dispelling ignorance, the greatest evil of all. Ignorance clouds judgment, leading individuals down paths of destruction, both for themselves and others. The journey toward understanding is a call to awaken the dormant potential within, to see the divine in every soul, even in those who falter. This intricate dance of good and evil is not confined to ancient texts. It seeps into the very essence of modern life. The struggles of today mirror those of the past. The headlines scream of conflicts and chaos, of individuals lost in the throes of their desires. Yet, within the turmoil, there lies an opportunity, a chance for reflection, for compassion, and for change. The teachings of Hindu philosophy remind us that even amidst darkness, there's a flicker of light, a possibility of redemption. As night enveloped the world, the stars began to twinkle like distant memories, each one a testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In this vast cosmos, the philosophical underpinnings of evil in Hinduism resonate across time, urging individuals to confront their shadows, to understand that they are not alone in their struggles. The stories continue, weaving through the fabric of existence, carrying with them the weight of ancient wisdom and the promise of transformation. The echoes of the past beckon, inviting a deep introspection that stirs the soul. In every heart there lies a story of trials and triumphs, of battles fought both within and without. And as the darkness deepens, the question remains: what will we choose to become in the face of our own inner demons? The light of understanding flickers just ahead, illuminating the path toward a more profound truth, one that is waiting to be embraced. The flickering light of a single candle cast long, trembling shadows on the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of ages past. In a dimly lit chamber where the air felt thick with foreboding, a figure sat hunched over a weathered tome. the pages yellowed with the weight of history. The atmosphere hung heavy, as if the very walls were listening, anticipating the dark truths about to unfold. Power, an intoxicating elixir, flowed through the veins of empires like blood. It had driven men to extraordinary heights and cast them into the depths of despair. The story of power was never linear. It twisted and turned like a serpent, often leading those who sought it into dark corners they could not escape. Here, in this secluded sanctuary, the reflections were raw and unfiltered, recounting tales of demons lurking not only in the shadows of the world but also in the very hearts of men. The ancient Greeks had their titans, colossal figures imprisoned beneath the earth, embodying the chaos of unchecked ambition. Prometheus, that noble rebel, defied Zeus himself for the sake of humanity, only to be punished with eternal torment. A vivid reminder that power could come at a monstrous price. The chains that bound him were not just made of iron, but of guilt and sacrifice, whispering to those who dared to challenge the status quo. Fast forward to the rise of Rome, where power was a game played by cunning minds and ruthless hearts. Julius Caesar, a name etched in time, climbed the echelons of power through charisma and military brilliance. Yet the shadows grew long, and betrayal was a constant companion. Et tu, brute, echoes through the halls of history, a haunting lament of lost trust, as the very friends forged in the fires of ambition plunged daggers into flesh. In that moment, it became painfully clear. Power is a double-edged sword, capable of slicing through the bonds of loyalty. As the candle flickered, a chill swept through the room, igniting memories of the Renaissance, a time steeped in artistry but also drenched in political intrigue. Machiavelli, the infamous philosopher, penned his thoughts on power with a quill dipped in ambition. The ends justify the means, he argued, shaping the minds of leaders who would follow. This cold logic echoed through the ages, igniting a dangerous flame that led to ruthless campaigns and bloody conquests. The Medici family, with their grand aspirations, demonstrated how beauty could mask brutality, their influence felt in every brushstroke and behind every closed door where conspiracies thrived. Whispers of dark sorcerers and ill-fated pacts with demons coursed through the pages. The figure in the chamber could almost hear the distant laughter of those who had danced too close to the flames. Joan of Arc, a beacon of hope, rose to lead her people against oppression, only to be condemned as a witch. In her trial, the courtroom transformed into a theater of power, where truth was drowned beneath a tide of fear. Her visions, once heralded, became the very reason for her demise. The flames that consumed her also ignited a revolution, her martyrdom forever entwined with the struggle for freedom. Time marched on, and the echoes of the past reverberated in each new era. The Age of Enlightenment brought forth thinkers who questioned the nature of power itself. Yet, as revolutions sparked across the globe, the cycle of violence continued. The guillotines of France claimed the heads of kings and commoners alike, illustrating a cruel irony. In the pursuit of liberation, the people became the executioners. The blood-soaked streets cried out for justice, but what emerged was chaos, a demon unleashed that would haunt the nation for generations. As the candle flickered dangerously low, a shudder ran through the figure's core. The lessons of power were laid bare before them, stark and unforgiving. The tale of the Soviet Union loomed large, a tapestry woven with ambition and betrayal. Lenin had risen from the ashes of war, promising the world a new order, only for Stalin to cast a long shadow over that vision. The purges, the gulags, the silence of dissent, each a testament to the demons that thrived when power went unchecked. It was a theater of horror, where hope turned to despair, and the very idea of liberation became a chilling nightmare. The weight of history pressed down, a constant reminder that power was never simply a tool, it was a living force, hungry and insatiable. Emperors, kings, and leaders rose and fell, each leaving their mark on the canvas of existence, a reminder etched in blood and sacrifice. The figure pondered the haunting reality that those who sought power often found it consumed them instead. In a world where ambition could corrupt the noblest of hearts, the essence of power revealed itself as a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of humanity: greed, betrayal, and pride. The candle sputtered, casting flickering shadows that danced like phantoms, reminding them that the past was never truly behind. It lingered, breathing life into the present, shaping destinies that had yet to unfold. As the last flicker of light waned, the echoes of history stirred in the darkness, leaving a lingering question hanging in the air: who would rise next to grasp the power, and at what cost? The demons of ambition waited patiently, ever watchful, feeding on the unquenchable thirst for control. The chamber held its breath, the weight of countless stories clamoring for attention while the flickering shadows whispered promises and threats of what was to come. The tale of power was unending, a relentless cycle, and the figure knew that what lay ahead would be just as tumultuous, just as haunting.